Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Boxing King Media. We're here live with a big show at the Doncaster Dome. GBM Sports is here in Doncaster for the very first time. I'm joined by promoter Izzy Asif and also Spencer Oliver besides me. Before we head over to the promoter, Spencer, big show tonight. You're looking forward to it?
Absolutely. Listen, I love these grassroots shows. You know, this is where it all starts. This is where it all begins. And these guys and girls look to get onto that bigger platform. They always give it their all. 50-50 fights. Izzy's put on a tremendous show. Have a look. Sold out arena. It's going to be brilliant tonight.
Izzy, the main man in the building. It's going to be a massive show. The fans may or may not know some of the fighters. They're supporting their locals as well. Which fights are you looking forward to the most?
It's a cracking card, and not just saying to support more of the show. We've got some really good undefeated kids. You know, when you put them on shows like this, they really want to impress. They all want to steal the show. So I'm looking forward to watching the girls fight, really. Nicola Hopewell, Stevie Levy. You know, girls boxing is booming at the minute. Obviously got Frack Ali undefeated, Joe Hayden undefeated, Josh Padley on top of Bill, Joe Jenkins undefeated, a really good kid. He actually beat Ben Richard in the amateurs as well. So, you know, and a kid called Naman Hussain making his debut. He represent England, national champion. He beat Will Crowley in the amateurs, some really big names. So I'm excited, and it's their journey, it's my journey, and we're learning all the way. And look at it. Sometimes I wonder to myself, how the heck did we pull this off? But you know, it's humbling and it's buzzing. I'm excited just as much as any fan out here. I want to see what the night brings us.
And from a quote-unquote small hall show, this is fantastic. You were in Rotherham last time at the Magna Centre. We had a great show. You've now brought it to Doncaster. How much does it mean to get it to these little towns and get boxing booming in the UK again?
Yeah, see, I really want to spread the brand. I'm not one of them small hall promoters who want to stick to Sheffield. I want to spread the brand because I believe we've got a fantastic product. I've got a great team. I want to spread it all over the country. So Doncaster today, we're looking at Manchester, London, Birmingham. I've just signed a fantastic kid from Birmingham as well. So I want to spread the brand GBM Sports and just keep the same model. And look at yourself, you know, Spencer's come first time and you've been before. And I believe we put a real production on and we give it 110%.
Spencer, you've covered some of the biggest shows here in the UK. But this production here tonight, you know, with the fans out, it really feels like a big hall show.
Absolutely. Do you know what you guarantee with these shows is that they're hardcore boxing fans.
Yeah.
See, the atmosphere is different. They appreciate their boxing. Izzy's put on some 50-50 fights. We've got a great mix there with some of the good girls. And, you know, if we look back to Savannah Marshall and Clarissa Shields and what a show they put on, the women at the O2 Arena, packed out 20,000. So women's boxing's really thriving at the moment. Izzy's got a few great fights on here as well. Stevie Levy's on the bill as well. Another girl that I'm looking forward to. And yeah, I just love these shows for all those reasons. Everyone wants to steal the show, yeah, and the crowd appreciate their boxing. They know their boxing. Yeah. You know, this is not an event. This is hardcore boxing fans. But this is where it all starts. And you know, for me, this is where this gets my heart beating at these shows.
Definitely. Well, last week we had a fantastic amateur show over in Birmingham, but this week we go to the big boys here at GBM Sports. Let's head over to the ring as the action starts slowly.
Thank you, guys.
There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and a very warm welcome to the Doncaster Dome, where Izzy Asif for GBM Sports proudly presents Fight Night, an evening of professional boxing. This evening's show is officially sponsored by Eastwood Autos, Indus Restaurants Collinsborough, CTP and Emo Developments. Your show this evening is officially sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your steward in charge at ringside is Robin Smith. We begin the action with a super middleweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds.
I can't hear
We
myself.
welcome to the ring firstly from Southampton, Vassi Mamadov. And his opponent, boxing in his home city of Doncaster, Bobby Cairns. Introducing to you firstly in the blue corner. In black shorts, he weighed in at 12 stone, 1 pound exactly. His professional record boasts 3 wins and 3 draws from 32 professional contests. Boxing out of Southampton, Vasif Mamadov. And his opponent across the ring in the red corner, wearing pink and white shorts, he tipped the scales at 12 stone, 5 pounds, 6 ounces. This evening he makes his professional debut in his home city of Doncaster, Bobby Cairns.
First fight.
Your timekeeper at the bell is Chris Hancock of Doncaster. Your referee is Michael Alexander, also of Doncaster. Referee Michael Alexander will give both boxers their final instructions.
Right, lads, you both know the rules, so let's just have a good, clean fight, okay? Most of all, remember to defend yourselves at all times, all right?
First fight of the night.
This is 4 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division.
Here in Doncaster Dome between Bobby Cairns and Vasif Mamadov. Big debut here for
Round
Bobby
1.
in his hometown of Doncaster. And let's see how he starts off this first round.
Yeah, great opportunity here for Bobby Cairns.
He's up against a very experienced Mamadov.
Yeah, he is. Making his hometown debut here this evening. It's going to be interesting and hopefully doesn't get carried away with the crowd. Great crowd we got in here tonight, by the way, as well.
Elusive fighter training at the Steel City Gym with Grant Smith, and we know that's a fantastic stable right now there in Sheffield.
Yeah, Grant's got some great fighters in there. Was up there the other day actually, watching them all work. Sonny Edwards was in there, Dalton Smith was in there as well. So yeah, success breeds success, and you can imagine that Bobby Cairns has really learnt a lot from those guys.
He's got his hands down, flicking the jab out here. Feels confident in this first round, and it's it's a show that he wants to put on in his hometown and really prove his talents that he's probably been waiting months, not even years, to display.
Yeah, that's right, it is years. You know, he took a bit of time out. He's back now, got his weight down and trying to fulfill his dream. So what a great place to start here in his hometown.
Bobby looking very sharp and slick, using that jab to find his way around Mamedov here. Mamedov tough, strong. Looks like he's had a lot of experience, like we mentioned, 326. He won't be no easy cricket to knock down here. He's got a tough man in front of him, does Bobby.
Yep. This is a good start for him here. This is a good learning curve for him, starting with a guy with so much experience. He's started nice and well, nice and composed, should I say. He's taken the centre of the ring. His distance is good. It's very relaxed. He's not really putting anything into his shots at the moment, just looking to feel his way into this one.
Yeah, he isn't really putting anything into his shots by the looks of it. It's almost like a feeling out process. And he probably wants to enjoy himself as well on his professional debut. Get the rounds in as well. Very elusive. What's your thoughts on fighters, you know, hands down on their debut, kind of being elusive? It's a sign of good confidence, right?
Absolutely. Listen, it's a lot of confidence. You've got to have confidence to stand in front of your opponent with hands down, because let me tell you, with those small gloves on and the way that the hands are wrapped, you feel those shots, trust me. So you need to have that confidence, and he started very well here. Keynes is switching from orthodox to southpaw. He's nice and relaxed, taking the centre ring. The distance is good, timing's good. So, yep, good positive start here.
It's a slower start for Mamedov, as he's probably finding it a little bit confusing in there with the physique that Bobby Khan has and the height and reach advantage. It's a difficult, daunting task in front of Mamedov here tonight as he tries to figure out what to do. But Bobby's still commanding the ring, I should say. First round seems to be a complete dominant display on his professional debut.
Yeah, perfect first round. Professional debuts can always be tough. It's easy to get caught up with the crowd, especially when you're in your hometown. So thought that he dealt with that exceptionally well. The distance was good, timing was good. He wasn't really putting a lot into his shots. Now he's got that first round under his belt. I'd like to see him now start picking it up. Mamedov's that type of guy that comes to survive, to get through the distance, to survive the rounds. Is tough, and anything but a points win here for Keynes would be a good win. You know, if he can get this job done inside the distance. So we know he's got the skills. To see him now start picking it up a little bit, starting to put a little bit of power in the shots. But as the first round goes for your debut, it was a good one.
10 seconds, pause.
And as we go into the second round, be sure to subscribe to Boxing King Media for plenty of boxing content. Anyway, Bobby Khan's professional debut against Vasyv Mamedov here at the Doncaster Dome. And it was a very dominant display in the first round from Bobby. Bobby did mention that only last year he was 19 stone. To lose all that weight is an achievement in itself, and obviously be back in fight shape and looking the way he's looking is another sensational achievement.
Absolutely. Listen, you know, it's inspirational when guys go and do that, and you go, like, if you would have seen him a year ago, 7 stone up, you'd never have thought he'd be here tonight. So, you know, credit where credit's due. People like that. I love the story, and Keynes, you know, he's the type of guy that wants to fulfill his dreams. So, you know, he's going for it, and fair play to him.
Story reminds me of a certain Tyson Fury who lost a lot of weight and
was going to say that
back to the ring, and shows his elusive style. But here we go, Bobby still flicking out those shots, not really much behind him, trying to play with his own tools, you could say. Jab works nicely for him, but Mamedov's starting to step up just a little bit.
Yeah, Mamedov, that's what I'm saying. With these journeymen, with these guys, you can't let them grow in confidence, because if they grow in confidence, once they start getting that, they start fancying the job, they start letting their hands go. You know, you've got to put them in their place early, you've got to stamp your authority and do that, you know. Keynes is just holding the centre of the ring, he's flicking at them shots, but there's no real oomph behind his shots, you know. There's no real desperation behind the shots. I want to see a little bit more venom in those shots. I need to see him. Yep, the shot selection's good, but we're not seeing any sort of power put into those at the moment, and he's got to be careful that he doesn't let Mamedov get into this one.
And talking about that, Mamedov seems to be slipping a lot more of them jabs and coming to the body a little bit more, and it seems like he's throwing with a bit more venom. As you can see, he just parried a jab and threw one of his own that landed.
Yeah, well, he'll start fancying it. That's what they do. That's what journeymen do. You know, if you give them a little bit and they start fancying it and they think, oh, all right, hold on a minute, I might pick up a little win here, because they need to win from time to time. Yeah. You know, if you look at the record of Mammadov, it's not a particularly good one. He's only won 3 and drawn 3 out of 32. So, you know, a win here and there is really good.
Yeah, Khan is still figuring out what he wants in this round, but he's slowly starting to put those shots together. Doesn't look like he's in any trouble, even though Mammadov did slip a few shots and land a few of his own. Nothing really doing for there. Good movement, good head movement there from Karnas as well, showing off some defensive ability.
Yep, Karnas is doing enough in the round again to win this one. Mammadov is growing in confidence slightly. He's starting to walk forward. He's starting to let his hands go. It's not enough at the moment. I think Karnas is doing the better boxing
good shot
on the
there
outside.
from Mammadov.
That's right. Just as I said that, Mammadov comes back with a good right hand. And the response there from Karnas, is that what we needed here to get this one going?
It looks like he might have needed a little bit of wake-up call on his debut here as he started to put more into these shots. He did get caught with a sweet right hand, and the crowd got really behind Karnas there to let his hands go, and that is the end of round 2. Very exciting professional debut here for Karnas.
Yep, good end to the round there for Karnas. A round that was a little bit closer. Mammadov was playing his part, started stalking forward, keeping the hands high, started to get going with a jab, let a couple of good right hands go as well. But that livened Karnas up. He got caught with one with about 30 seconds to go, and he seemed to put his foot then on the accelerator, but the better boxing movement was coming from Karnas. He was slipping from side to side, very relaxed style, not really putting a lot into his shots, but doing enough to win the rounds, you know. So another good round there for Karnas. 2-0 going into the 3rd round for me.
On their professional debut, Spencer, what do the coaches tend to give advice here, especially for someone like Bobby? What do you think the coaches are telling him?
Just not get carried away, you know, not to get wrapped up with a crowd, because it's easy to do that. You go out, you get caught up with a crowd, and the boxing, you know, the boxing game plan that you had goes out the window. And listen, trust me, in this sport, doesn't matter who you are, one shot can turn things around very, very quickly. Mammadov's a very experienced guy. So, you know, Karnas would have been told about that. He would have said, listen, don't get carried away, don't get silly, don't try and impress a crowd. Good start to the round here from Mammadov, who's landed a couple of nice little right hands over the top. Karnas has got to be careful he doesn't fall asleep after throwing that jab. He's staying in the pocket and allows himself to sit there and get caught with some shots.
Good shot there again from Mammadov. And yeah, you don't want him to stay in the pocket with a fighter like Mammadov. Shorter stature, and it looks like he likes to be aggressive when he has the upper hand, when he has the momentum on his side. He wants to come forward with his hands up. But good shots here from Karnas. He's starting to let them go, putting the 2s, 3s and 4s together here, going to the body, switching it up. He seems alert.
Yeah, he does. He's staying nice and relaxed. Good body shot went in there, switched with a right uppercut as well. Good array of shots here from Karnas. Mammadov for the first time taking a step back.
Yeah, it gets caught
nice
there.
right hook goes in there as well, and he's just starting to put a little bit more weight into the shots here, Karnas.
Battling there in the neutral corner as the referee separates them. Karnas starting to find those shots that he needs here tonight to get a stoppage, if that is the game plan.
Well, Mammadov hasn't looked in any sort of trouble so far, and he's the type of guy, he's tough, he's rough, he's a survivor. So Karnas at the moment could be looking at a points victory, but he's doing enough to win these rounds. He's impressing, looks nice and relaxed. Like I said, I'd like to see a little bit more urgency about his work. There you see him switching off, sat in the pocket, got caught by a silly jab, but come back with a good right hand over the top there. That was nice.
It's going to be an interesting end to the round, as Karnas did find the momentum there. But like any professional debut, especially when you've been out the ring for so long, getting the rounds in against a tough opponent like Mammadov is nothing but good for you.
No, absolutely. Listen, this is a fight that he'll look back on. When I had my professional debut, I boxed a guy Des Gargano dad, and he was from up these ways actually, and he had like sort of 104 fights or something, and he'd only won about 20. He knew his way around the ring, and it was a frustrating debut for me. The reason I'm telling you this story is because it can be very frustrating. Mammadov comes with a good shot,
and they're exchanging here in the pocket. Karnas got caught with a left hook, but he received a few of his own, and he's landed a few here. Karnas is awake and alive, and so is Mammadov, and this could be a very exciting finish to this fight, as they both landed some very, very good shots.
Absolutely. Yeah, so the point I was getting to is sometimes they can be frustrating debuts, but this hasn't been a frustrating one for Karnes. You know, his opponent's been there and he's come to win, whereas my opponent didn't come to win, he has come to win, and when someone comes to win, it makes it easier to hit them. Another good round there for Karnes, and a better round from both guys, to be fair. Mamedov playing his part in an entertaining round, the second part of the round especially, really picked up, but Bobby Karnes was doing enough to win the round. You know, he was showing his silky smooth boxing skills, switching from orthodox to southpaw, switching the attacks downstairs, and then mixing those little short uppercuts as well. So what he's showing us here is that he's got great boxing IQ, he's got great awareness, he's got great distance, boxing IQ, yeah, so impressive stuff here from Karnes against a very experienced, tough Mamedov.
Fourth and final round of this first fight here at the Doncaster Dome coming up, and it's been a very exciting debut for Bobby Karnes, and this final round should see some good action also. Some local stars here ringside, but before we talk about that, Karnes looks to have stepped on the gas a little bit here as he comes directly out to Mamedov and starts putting those shots together once again. Mamedov gives him a little smile just to say, I'm still in here.
Yeah, tough guy. You know, it's going to take a lot to get rid of this guy, Mamedov, but Karnes has come out with a little bit more urgency in this fourth round, slams a good right hook into the body as well, but Mamedov responds.
Oh, good shot from Mamedov there. Don't think it landed cleanly, but again, it's keeping Karnes on his toes, and a good right hand from Karnes. They're exchanging jabs. This is some brilliant action on his debut.
Yeah, both guys are starting to pick it up here in this fourth round, and you can sense a little bit more urgency from them both. There we see a nice little left hook over the top from Mamedov as Karnes pins him on those ropes. Good work here.
For a tall fighter, Karnes really does like to stay in the pocket as he leans his body weight against Mamedov a lot and then lets his shots go. And he gets caught with another left hook. He's got to be careful of those, especially in this last round, because Mamedov's going to think, if anything, this is my chance to get the victory here tonight, and he knows he can find that shot.
Listen, Mamedov hasn't come just to pick up the paycheck here. He's come to give it a go, and he's going for it here in the fourth round. Karnes lands a nice short uppercut left hook over the top on the inside there as well. This is a good opening contest, this one, and a great debut for Karnes. He would have learnt so much from this. He's been in with a very tough opponent here. Records
don't mean much in boxing sometimes, because a lot of these early fights for these fighters. Oh, he gets caught there off the clinch. Now, that was interesting. I think he did apologise for that. Did you see that?
Well, listen, the referee didn't call break, so Mamedov done the right thing. Listen, until the referee tells you to stop punching, you keep punching. And that's another learning lesson there for Karnes, who just turned his back, switched off a little bit.
Got caught there with a 1-2 and then another jab. Missed a few shots of his own, but Karnes still looks focused as he lands a good jab there. This is going to be some priceless experience, a valuable lesson in boxing for Karnes that he can take away with a victory, of course, as he's not far off from getting his first W in his professional career.
Yeah, it's been a good debut for Karnes in front of his home crowd. Brought a good crowd here this evening, and he's kept nice and composed. Showed good maturity in there for a guy only having his first contest, but that's where the danger is. He throws those double jabs, he sits in the pocket, and he switches off. He stays very static. He needs to go back to the gym, work on that. A little bit of head movement, finish on a roll, not a punch. But as the guys are training it out here with the last 10 seconds to go.
Last 10 seconds, the boys are in the middle of the ring. This is fantastic stuff, and he gets caught there. Legs went for a second, but I think he just recovered, and he gets caught just after the bell. What a professional debut we have just seen for Bobby Karnes, and Mamedov did not come to sit down as he gave Karnes a real test.
Yeah, brilliant contest, that one. I wanted to see some more, if I'm totally honest. That was just warming up, just as the rounds were going on. They were getting more and more entertaining, but great debut there from Bobby Karnes. He's won that on my scorecard, but what an effort from Mamedov, who come and he give it a go, didn't he? He stood in front of his opponent, his hands high, and he slowly but surely started picking things up. And I think the last 30 seconds of that final round, both guys trading there, and the crowd absolutely got into that one. But yep, brilliant performance from Bobby Carnes, and he's got off, in my view anyway, to a winning debut.
Yeah, the end of the round was pure entertainment as both men stood in the middle of the ring and threw haymakers. Boxing went out the window. It was a real fight, and that is what we love to see in boxing entertainment.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we announce the result, could you please put your hands together for both boxers? After 4 rounds of action, we go to referee Michael Alexander's scorecard. He scores the contest 39 points to 37 points in favour of your winner. On debut from Doncaster, Bobby Carnes!
All right, I'm with the winner, Bobby Carnes, here in Doncaster on your professional debut. Let's get the little champion as well. Wow, what a fight that was at the end. Take us through how you're feeling in there.
You know, I tried to pace it, the first 1 and 2. You know, it's been a long time, and it was always in the back of my mind, will I get through it? You know, it's a big pressure event. I've got a lot of fans here. You know, it's a big occasion. You know, and it was in the back of my mind. I've not boxed in 7 years. I've took a lot of weight off. I don't feel as strong as I usually do. So I paced myself the first 2, and he acted upon that, and he come on strong for the 3rd and 4th. You know, and I was establishing my jab, but then he kind of made me fight. He caught me, pressured me, and you know, it was a scrappy performance, but it's been 7 years, so I'm gonna have some time off. I've got a few niggles and aches and pains that I need to get looked at, and you know, next year I'll work on things and come back better.
That last round was obviously very intense. It turned into more of a fight than boxing match. Take us through what you were feeling in that round.
I just thought, you know what, it's the last round. I don't feel as bad as I thought it'd be. Like, you know, and I stood and fought with him a bit more, but I think that's what I had to do to stop me getting the draw.
You obviously had a really long journey back into the ring, but tonight here in Doncaster in front of your family, how much does it mean to you to put that kind of performance on in your hometown?
Yeah. Do you know what? It's like, I'm going to have to go back and watch it and see how it did. You know, I played with him the first round. I felt the first round, you know what it was? I went back after the first round, I thought, you know what? It's an easy night here. And he come and he put it on me for the second. And then I thought, you know what? The record sometimes doesn't define the fighter. And I thought, you know what? He can have a bit of a do, this guy. I've been watching him on YouTube, and he looked a lot better. It was a lot better being in there with him, and he wasn't as slow as I thought it was going to be, you know. So I did what I had to do. That definitely wasn't the best of me, but I took a lot of weight off. You know, I've had a long time out the ring, and all I can do is work on it and come back better.
Bobby, congratulations on your victory. Thank you.
Make sure you're following GBM Sports across all forms of social media for all information. On Twitter and Instagram is GBM_sports, and Facebook and YouTube it's GBM Sports. Now the action continues with a super welterweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. We welcome to the ring firstly from Sheffield, Paul Scaife. And his opponent from right here in Doncaster, Cameron Cahill.
My name's Cameron Cahill, from Bolby, Doncaster. I'm 7-0, and I box at super welterweight. Started boxing when I was 11-year-old. My dad boxed, my granddad boxed, thought I'll just give it a go. I'm now a professional, I'm 7-0, undefeated as a professional. I just want to thank everyone for coming out tonight to support me. And tonight, you're going to get a show that you won't forget.
Introducing to you firstly in the blue corner, running yellow and black shorts, he weighed in at 10 stone, 12 pounds, 6 ounces. Boxing this evening in his 23rd professional contest from Sheffield, Paul Scaife. Ladies and gentlemen, please show due respect to all boxers at all times. Thank you. His opponent across the ring in the red corner, wearing black and red shorts, he weighed in at 11 stone, 4 ounces. He brings to the ring a perfect professional record of 7 wins from 7 contests. Boxing in his home city of Doncaster, Cameron Cahill. Your timekeeper at the bell is Peter Humphrey of Doncaster. Your referee is Howard Foster, also of Doncaster. Referee Howard Foster will now give both boxers their final instructions.
Okay guys, you know the rules, keep it clean, break straight away when told. Both watch your heads in close, good luck to you both. Touch gloves.
This is a super welterweight bout scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds.
Seconds out, round 1.
The Doncaster local putting on a show for his home fans against the Sheffield Skype.
Yep, Cameron Cahill will start a big favourite here, going in 7-0 on his record, and he'll be looking to impress in front of his home crowd, just taking the centre of the ring. Delivers a nice left hook there as well.
Good jab from Cahill. Stepping forward, good uppercut hook there as well, putting them shots together. Very snappy shots from Cameron Cahill.
Lands a nice uppercut on the inside there, Cahill as well. Just jolted the head of Skype.
Cahill in his 8th professional fight, 7 victories. Not got a knockout yet on that record. I'm sure he'll be tempted to do that here tonight in front of his home crowd.
Yep, started nice and aggressively, isn't he? Switching into the southpaw stance as well, just looking for those opens at the moment. Cameron Cahill lands a good right hook, left hook there.
Skyfe here finding it a little bit tricky to get his work off, manoeuvring around the ring as he tries to find a bit more of a comfort zone, but Cameron Cahill looks really ready tonight, and these shots are coming in fast and sharp. The front foot here, Cameron. Good little body shot there as well. Backs up, Skyfe.
Yeah,
got him on the ropes here.
He looks a little bit unsteady on the legs there as one of those body shots went in. He just went back a little unsteady, so this is a good, solid start from Cameron Cahill.
Cahill tripling up them hooks we've seen so far in this round. Seems to be his favourite shots. What a sickening body shot that was. And I think he just caught the arm of Skyfe. But that seems to be one of his favourite punches as he's going down to the body and then back up to the head with that hook as well. Sickening shots.
Yeah, good shots. Good accuracy on those punches. Just went underneath the elbows there of Paul Skyfe. And you heard it sink in, and again,
there you go again.
The left hook goes in again. He's switching the attacks to the body, which is a good thing to do against these tough journeymen. You know, they soak those shots up to the head, but the body shots really do soften them up, and this is a solid start here from Cameron Cahill.
Letting off another few body shots. He's confident in there here tonight. Switching stances, switching angles. A bit of Lomachenko there, stepping to the side. He's found his rhythm already here in round number 1, and a fantastic jab as well. Snaps the head back of Paul Skyfe. Shots coming in bunches here. And he's almost just stalking his opponent down. Another body shot goes in. This might not last too long.
No, Skyfe's starting to feel the weight of those body shots, and Cameron Cahill is really digging those shots in. He's planting his feet.
What a first round for Cameron Cahill. Wow.
Yeah, Cahill's done well there, didn't he? Just stalking forward, taking his time. Shot selection was brilliant. He found the range with that left hook to the body that was just going round the back of the elbows of Paul Skyfe, and we saw him just stumble back on one of those. That's when he started to get softened up. And Cahill was then pushing forward and really breaking him down, and towards the end of that round was becoming very difficult for Paul Skyfe.
Footwear here for a boxing match from Cameron Cahill. I'm not sure if those are Air Maxes, but whatever floats your boat, it's working for him tonight. Flashy yellow colours.
Round 2.
As he gets back to work for round number 2. Very good opening round for Cameron Cahill. And he's going to want to replicate exactly what he did in that first round. Brilliant angles there.
Yeah, working well, isn't he now, Cahill?
Just a bit of a trip over the advertising boards.
Yep, as I said, he was working the body well. He's switching the attacks to the head as well, just stalking his opponent down, and you just sense it's only a matter of time before Paul Skyfe really cracks here. He's under a lot of pressure.
Yep, Sky, if he can somehow survive these 4 rounds, it'll be a long night for him though, as we only are into that 2nd round. Good shots there again by Cameron Kyle. Switching stances seems to be working for him perfectly.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Kyle's doing well. He's working the body well. His shot selection's good. Switching from orthodox to southpaw, southpaw to orthodox, and keeping his opponent guessing. And Paul Skife at the moment, he's just left the scraps on the outside. Nothing coming back from him at all. Throws the jab there, but is punished for it. And you just sense that Kyle is getting through here. Big right hook over the top as well. And
confidence flaring off Kai Hao as he's almost walking his opponents down, not really thinking about what stance he's in. He's switching orthodox southpaw, like you mentioned plenty of times, walking his opponent down, finding those angles and letting off shots in bunches here. He wants an early night, and like we said on his record, he doesn't have that knockout yet, and it seems like it's bothered him a little bit as he's going for the stoppage here.
Yeah, he certainly is. Paul Skife looks in desperate trouble, does what good journeymen do and ties his opponent up, but his legs just seem to buckle there on the break, and Skife looking to grab hold on the inside again. You just sense that the end could be quite near here if Kai can just pile on the pressure a bit more. You just sense that Skife might just buckle here.
The high guard of Skife is helping him a lot. It's that classic journeyman style of keeping those hands up and maneuvering out of the ring, as it says on the back of his shorts. Road warrior, he's got plenty of experience in the ring as well. So it's interesting to see how Cameron Kyle is going to break these last few rounds down, and if he can get the stoppage against such an experienced opponent.
Body shot again there from Kyle, just underneath the rib cage, and Paul Skife, to his credit, is hanging in there, but nothing coming back here. The referee's going to start taking a close look here because he's looking uncomfortable. Big right hand just forces Skife to hold there, and the legs just seem to buckle momentarily as well. 10-second clacker, couldn't have come quick enough there.
For Paul Skife, yes, as Cameron Kyle gets to work again. Backed up onto the ropes for a little bit, letting Skife come on. And that's the end of round number 2. Excellent, excellent performance from Cameron Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle there was dominant, wasn't he, from the opening second of that round. He controlled the space. The shot selection was brilliant. He was switching from orthodox to southpaw, mixing it up, changing the angles as well, throwing the body shots in. That was the particularly impressive shot, was that left hook round the body. He went round the corner or the back of the ribs, and Skife looked like he was going to buckle a couple of times there, and he's going to do well to get through this 3rd round here, Paul Skife. I'm going to say, because Cameron just seemed to go up a notch there, go up a gear, and it was another dominant round.
Bonus 10 seconds.
In we go to round number 3 here at the Doncaster Dome between Paul Skife and Cameron Kyle. 2 fantastic rounds for Cameron so far. As he gets into the 3rd, let's see if he can keep that same pace up and earn that first stoppage. He looks very confident. Hands are just flowing down. Shots are just coming left, right and centre.
He does look confident. He's oozing confidence at the moment. Like you say, he's just walking forward, hands down. Skife throwing nothing back, so he's got nothing really to worry about. Skife now just in complete survival mode. Kyle is doing the right thing here, just slowly but surely, systematically breaking him down. Now looking for those openings as he gets inside. Skife, to his credit, keeping the hands high, but nothing coming back.
Kyle is almost in a flow state right now. Anything seems to be working for him. Every shot seems to be getting off. But he's got a tough opponent in Skife in front of him, as he's eaten everything thus far. He's not gone down yet, and there's been some real shots landed to both head and body from Cameron Kyle. So credit to his opponent as well here tonight.
Yeah, Paul Skife's doing well to hang in there, going to be honest, because he's on the end of a lot of heavy punishment. The referee will be keeping a close eye on this, because it is a very one-sided fight here from Kyle, who looked like it was going to be that way. Body shot went in there, and Skife felt that weight of that one as well. You just see a little expression on his face. He definitely felt that shot, and again the left hook targeting that rib cage area now.
How many of those body shots can you really take?
Well,
that's the question.
This is it, you know.
Another one gets in there from the right side this time, and we can feel them ringside. These shots are sharp, effective, and accurate as well. Bit close on, Skyf let some shots off of his own, but Cameron Cahill back to work straight away, doesn't let him rest for a second. Another jab flicks the head back of Skyf. He's got him on the ropes again. Could expect a body shot any moment now.
Yep, just looking for the openings, isn't he? He's just stalking forward, looking for those shots, but just can't seem to crack Skyf at the moment, who I thought a couple of times might look like he was wilting a little bit. To his credit, he's stuck in there, and he's still in there. He's still there, and he's still trying to fight back. Tough guy, Paul Skyf, but Cahill is really dominating this one.
Cahill started those first 2 rounds so aggressively. Would you think he's maybe slowed down a little here in the third? Maybe the pop and the punches have gone off a little bit?
Yep, he just seems to have taken his foot off the gas just ever so slightly. And Skyf, to his credit, is still throwing those shots back, albeit very occasionally. He's just starting to get into it a little bit more himself. Perhaps he feels that Cahill is just starting to slow down ever so slightly. Good body shot goes in again, though, just as we say that.
Yeah, I was just about to say, just as you say that, he comes back with 3-4 hooks, and he's going to the head as well. And Skyf looks hurt here. He's pushing forward to survive, though. And that's the end of round number 3.
Yep, Skyf again was on unsteady legs there at the end of that round number 3. All started with a big left hook, followed by the right hook. And we just see the legs stiffen a little bit from Skyf. But that was the first round. We saw Cahill just seem to take his eye off the ball for a little bit in the middle of the round, just seemed to switch off. Don't know if he was looking for a second win, but just allowed Skyf to get off with a couple of shots of his own, but still a round that was won by Cahill. But a closer round, a more competitive round. Paul Skyf, give it a better go there, but 3 rounds to 0 for me so far.
This is Paul Skyf's 23rd professional bout, so like we mentioned earlier on, plenty of experience on his side to overcome the storm that is Cameron Cahill.
Seconds out for the 4th and final round.
4th and final round between Cameron Cahill and Paul Skyf here at Doncaster. It's going to be a very interesting finish, as Cameron seemed to be desperate for that stoppage victory to add that onto his record in his 8th professional fight.
Yeah, expect a big finish here from Cahill, because he will be wanting to get that first stoppage. You know, he's got a great boxing style, the balance is good. He slowly but surely picks his opponents apart, and he's been doing that tonight, but he just can't force that stoppage. Big right hand goes in over the top there, and Skyf again looks on unsteady legs, but boy is he tough, Paul Skyf.
Cahill goes down, but not from a shot. Bit of wrestling there from the boys, and a little bit of a trip as he gets onto the ground. But Cahill's still in there trying to get those shots to get that majestic first knockout victory. Shot from there, right hand just missed. Cameron Cahill looks like one to be a name to remember.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, he's building, he's developing nicely, and these sort of fights are the ones he needs. This is, you know, boxing in front of his hometown. He's done everything right here. The distance has been good. Like I say, he's controlled the space. His boxing IQ has been great. Shot selection brilliant. Switching him up underneath, over the top. The only thing we haven't got from him is that finish, and that's something he needs to go back and work on. Maybe just planting his feet a little bit more, driving those shots in. But that will come as well over a longer distance, I think, because he's the type of fighter that slowly breaks his opponents down, and he may need more rounds to do that.
Most definitely, and he's chasing now Paul Skyf in these last few moments of round number 4. But you're right, it seems like he may be one of those fighters that need the 6, 8, 10 rounders to slowly break the opponent down and then find that perfect shot. And it's crazy how much a record can't tell you the fighter's style, because you'd think 7 fights and no knockouts or no stoppages might imply he's a different style of fighter, but we've seen aggression here from him today, and real snappy shots.
Yeah, Cahill's really driving those shots in. His shot selection has been good, like I said, and he's like driving them in, but it just shows you how tough these journeymen are. You know, they soak the shots up because they want to be able to fight again next week. If they get stopped, they get a 28-dayer. If they get a 28-dayer, they can't put no food on the table for the family.
100%.
So, you know, for them, a victory is by hearing that final bell, because they get a chance to go again next week. But I've got to tell you something, Paul Skyfe has earned his money here tonight, because Kai Howell has really applied the pressure well, and he's thrown everything but the kitchen sink at Paul Skyfe, and Skyfe, to his credit, is still there.
Paul Skyfe, the man from the Steel City, seems like he's got a steel armor on tonight, as he's taken so many shots and really showed his toughness and grittiness here in the ring as we enter the last minute. And that is all over from this super welterweight bout between Cameron Kai Howell and Paul Skyfe.
Yeah, good work out there from Cameron Kai Howell. He grafted there, to be fair. He was working well to the head, to the body, dominated every round from the first to the last. But let's give credit to Paul Skyfe, you know, who was going in there with a record of 1 win against 21 losses. And guess what? I think there's another loss, or I know there's another loss on that record, but the record doesn't suggest really how good he is, because he's tough and he hangs in there, and he entertained the crowd there. Good performance from Paul Skyfe, but great prospect is Cameron Kai Howell. I think he's going to do better over the longer distance, so he needs those 6 rounds, and as you said, 8s, 10s, 12s.
Before we announce the result, please put your hands together for both boxers. After 4 rounds of action, we go to referee Howard Foster's scorecard. He scores the contest 40 points to 36 points in favour of your winner from Doncaster, Cameron Kai Howell. Cruiserweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. We welcome to the ring firstly from Bradford, Ryan "Lay 'em Out" LeBon. And his opponent from the Steel City of Sheffield, Sheldon McDonald! Introducing to you firstly in the blue corner in white shorts, trimmed with gold and black, he weighed in at 14 stone, 7 pounds exactly. Boxing this evening in his third professional contest from Bradford, Ryan "Lay 'em Out" LeBon. And his opponent across the ring in the red corner, wearing black shorts trimmed with silver, he weighed in at 14 stone, 4 pounds 4 ounces. From 5 professional contests, his record boasts 4 wins and just 1 defeat, 1 win coming by way of knockout. This evening he's fighting for his brother Brandon Lee Fairfax. May he rest in peace. From Sheffield, Sheldon McDonald! Your timekeeper is Chris Hancock of Doncaster. Your referee is Michael Alexander, also of Doncaster. Referee Michael Alexander will give both boxers final instructions.
Well, as you both know the rules, so let's just have a good clean fight, okay? Most of all, remember to defend yourselves at all times, alright?
This is a cruiserweight bout scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. Round 1.
First impression, GBM Sports?
Yeah, great show, great atmosphere. You know, I love these small hall shows, you know, because every kid comes to win. You get 50-50 fights, and every kid wants to steal the show as well. He wants to, you know, elevate himself to that next level. So this is grassroots of boxing. This is what really gets me ticking, if I'm honest, because I love all this sort of stuff, you know. We've seen Sheldon McDonald before. We've seen him boxing. He got his opportunity in the
Boxer
series competition, cruiserweights. Put up a good performance in that before getting knocked out. I think it was in the semi-finals, was it? Semi-finals, but was winning that contest and just got caught in the second round. So looking to rebuild here. He would have learnt a lot from that.
What do you think it's like for him? Obviously he's coming off a knockout loss. He's had a bit of time out as well, so it can't be easy, can it, just going in that initial confidence and just letting your hands go?
Yeah, exactly. Listen, he would want to. You would have thought he would have come out just feeling his way back into the rounds, to sort of get a couple of rounds, get a bit of confidence under your belt. But no, he's come out. He's taken the centre of the ring. He's got good shot selection, throwing the shots really well to head and to body. So this is a good, confident start for Sheldon McDonald.
It is. Just in the comments, guys, if you want to interact and get involved, drop in your comments and we'll try and reply to everyone. Somebody's asking about Nicola Hopewell. There's 2 more fights still. Nicola's in the ring. I think we've got Ebony Bridges in the house who's come down to support her as well. Sheldon's also, I don't know if the word's advised or guided by Johnny Nelson. You can see Johnny ringside cheering him on.
Yeah.
What a guy to have in your corner.
Yeah, Johnny's very invested, and obviously same weight as what Johnny used to be. Longest reigning British world champion we've ever had. Johnny, I think he held the cruiserweight title for some 10 years and retired, still champion. So, you know, he's one of our best. Johnny Nelson's a great man to be advising you, and I know that Sheldon takes a lot of that information on board, and he's a work in progress. You know, like, a loss doesn't mean that, you know, it's the end of your career. It just is how you come back from that loss, and Sheldon McDonald has started this round, or started this contest, should I say, very well. He's taking centre of the ring. He's the one leading off first with the shots, switching those attacks to the body as well. Good positive start here by McDonald.
Sheldon comes from a great gym as well. You know, Roger Sampson, who leads that gym up in the Manor in Sheffield. They've got Dante Dixon, Shaquille Thompson, Joe Jenkins is also fighting tonight. It must be great for kids. They're all in similar sort of stages of the career. Beautiful uppercut there.
This is good work again here from McDonald. He's dominated this first round. Ryan Laburn, to his credit, has been trying to get off with the shots, but has just been falling short. Distance is not good really from Laburn, and yet great start there from Sheldon McDonald. Great positive start, you know, he took the centre of the ring straight away. We didn't know how he was going to react from coming off that knockout loss, but you know what? It looks like he's gone back to the drawing board. He's seen where he went wrong, and he's fixed it, because that first round was perfect. He got the distance right. He worked everything from behind the jab. When he found the range with the jab, he was letting the shots go, but it weren't just straight right hands. He was coming with uppercuts, coming with hooks, great shot selection, and a brilliant first round there from McDonald, the confidence builder that actually he needed.
Definitely, mate. I tell you one thing as well. I saw Sheldon about a year ago in the gym. He's lost a lot of weight. He's a lot trimmer than he used to be, so it's good to see that he's obviously been putting the work in.
Yeah,
10 seconds,
absolutely.
Junior Whittier in the crowd as well, another boxing legend.
Seconds out, round 2.
This journeyman don't look too bad either. You know, sometimes, you know, the feet are a bit all over the place, but this kid looks like he knows what he's doing when he is letting his hands go.
Yeah, he certainly does. They're tough. These journeymen these days are tough, you know, because if they lose, and they lose inside the distance, they get a 28-dayer, which means they can't put food on the table for their families. They want to box again next week. That's what these guys do. And Leyburn is a tough guy. He's come, and if he can get off with a shot, he will. You know, and it's the cruiserweights. They're big guys. One shot lands and it can change the direction of the competition. So McDonald has to stay focused. He has to keep ball, because Leyburn, although he's shipping a lot of punishment at the moment, he's still letting his hands go. So he's still dangerous.
Definitely. What did you make of his ring walk? I don't know if you're into rap music or not, Spencer.
Listen, I've been known to make a few moves, throw a few shapes, so a little bit of rap music in my time, mate. Don't worry about that. This old man's still got a little bit in him.
I bet he has.
Again, good start to the round here from Sheldon McDonald. He's taking that centre of the ring. He's trying different things. That's what I'm liking to see here. He's switching the angles. He's trying to throw unusual shots. You know, he's obviously took a lot of information on board from Johnny Nelson, who is his mentor. Yeah. And, you know, he's not getting carried away. He's taking his time, but he's applying enough pressure to make his opponent, Ryan Leyburn, work. And he's making him work hard.
There's a lot of people asking about certain fighters as to what time they're on. What I'll do, guys, I'll write it into the chat and I'll pin it to the top.
Good body shot there in again from McDonald, and Leyburn felt that. I think the elbows just seemed to drop momentarily.
How long do you think it takes for someone like Sheldon, obviously after what happened last time out? Do you reckon he's kind of brushed it off now in his groove?
Yeah, definitely. You can see that by the way he's performing here. You know, he's on the front foot. He's the one that's, you know, controlling the pace of the contest. Lovely right hand through the middle there, and Leyburn's legs just seem to buckle momentarily. Body shot as well going in. Yeah, but no, he seems to have shaken that off. He's obviously put that behind him. He's took that as a learning curve. Like I say, it was a fight he was doing well in up until the point he got knocked out. He just seemed to run out of steam.
Beautiful body shot again, you mentioned it. Can't be easy coming in against the southpaw as well. If everyone's nightmare opponent, a southpaw.
Yeah, but you know what? It's all part of the development. That's what you want in these early stages. You want to fight, you know, the awkward guys, the shorter guys that are strong and throw shots from different angles, the heavy-handed guys, the guys that are southpaws. You need that mixture to take you on to that next level. That's where you need to be. Back to this contest. Another good round there from Sheldon McDonald.
Winning comfortably.
Yep, dominant round. He was, shot selection was good. He was applying that pressure, working everything behind the jab, driving those right hands through the middle, which is the best shot for a southpaw as well, and then coming over the top with those left hooks. So, yep, good work there. And Ryan Leyburn, for the first time, I saw his legs just dipping a couple of times, but got through the round well.
Have you been to Doncaster Dome before, Spence?
Do you know what? I have been here, and it was many years ago, because now I am going to show my age. You know, I'm going back maybe 20, 25, 20 years ago. 20 years ago, in the early days of me working with Sky, we used to cover a lot of fights up here.
It's a brilliant venue, isn't it? Parking, the setup.
It's a fantastic venue.
And to be fair, the way you know, the GBM Sports have set it up today, I've not seen it set up like this before. It does feel like we're in a small arena.
Yeah, it does. It does. And you know what? Like I said earlier on when I opened the show, you know, you've got your boxing fans in here. You know, they're not just your casuals. These are your boxing fans. They appreciate boxing. As you can see, the atmosphere is brilliant in here, and there's a lot of home support for a lot of these fighters. So, you know, this is good work again here from McDonald. He's slowly breaking Leyburn down now. You can see Leyburn starting to look a little bit uncomfortable. The expressions are starting to come on his face, and McDonald doing the right thing, just holding the distance right, so making it difficult for Leyburn to get off with his own shots.
I tell you, I'm loving the composure from Sheldon. It looks like he has definitely learnt from his time in the Boxer series.
Yep, it certainly does.
Another beautiful catch counter left hook.
Yeah, he's learned from that loss, hasn't he, Luke? Sometimes fighters go away in it and they're never the same. Oh, left hook went in there, and Leyburn felt the weight of that one for the first time in this contest. He was definitely hurt there.
Do you think he's playing possum? Is it standing his ground?
No, mate, he was hurt there. The legs just dipped. It was a perfectly timed shot over the right-hand lead there of Leyburn. Landed it really well. Good response though from Leyburn, wasn't it? He's the one that's pushing forward.
He's shown a lot of different things to his game, Sheldon. But is there anything else you'd advise him in this current situation? What else he could do to open him up?
He's doing everything right. He's applying the pressure. He's making Leyburn work when he doesn't want to work, but he's keeping the distance right. So when you keep the distance, you can see the shots coming back with yourself. If you sit in the pocket, if he was half a step forward, he'd be sitting in the pocket, and that allows Leyburn to get off with shots of his own. So no, everything's good. Distance controls the fight. Oh, lovely uppercut there, and again he's done the same shot. Right uppercut, left hook, landed twice there, and Ryan Leyburn, to his credit, took those shots well.
I tell you what, Leyburn doesn't have any wins to his record, but he can definitely fight.
Oh, he's tough. He's tough, mate. That's what he is. Sheldon is just starting to break him down here. Right hand through the middle again. Perfect shot for the southpaw. 10-second clacker goes.
Look at that, defence in mind, straight out. He missed and he was straight out. Tell you what, I know when people look at cards and they look at Journeyman in the opposite corner, every fight's been pretty competitive. They've been quite well matched, haven't they, so far?
Do you know what? That's what they do on these small hall shows. That's why I love coming to them. I like going to your York halls. I like going to your Doncaster domes, because you get 50-50 fights. You know, you get fighters, even the journeyman, Ryan Layburn, as you said, hasn't won a contest, but he comes to fight, he comes to win. You know, and you look at these records sometimes and you think, he's not really going to fancy this. Sheldon McDonald, you know, is touted as a prospect. He's under the watchful eye of Johnny Nelson. Johnny wouldn't take anyone under his wing unless he thought they had potential. You know, like I say, a loss doesn't spell the end of a career. It's just a learning curve at this stage. And Sheldon dominated those first 3 rounds. But Layburn, to his credit, still there, still biting on his gum shield, still throwing shots back. This is a good contest.
Seconds out for your 4th and final round.
Johnny's doing his best Tony Bellew impression ringside, cheering his mate on.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Tony Bellew and Chisora's fight, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Tony Bellew does get very vocal. He's the only one. Remember when he was in lockdown and all you could hear was Tony screaming. I think Derek Chisora boxed Alexander Usyk. Boy, yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, good work there. Again,
I'm loving this killer instinct from Sheldon as well.
Yeah, he's boxing well, Sheldon. He's
like he wants to take him out, but at the same time he's being cautious.
Yeah, well, listen, that's the way to box. That's the way that you do it. You look to break your opponents down. I'm sure if this was over a longer distance, Sheldon would get to him. But Ryan Layburn, to his credit, he's hanging in there, mate. He's a tough guy.
Where is this Ryan Layburn from? To be fair, I've never really seen him before. He's from. His nickname's a problem. It definitely is a problem, and he's a local lad from Bradford.
Well, left hook again there, followed by the uppercut, and Layburn, sorry, he's on the end of some heavy punishment here.
It's worth mentioning he's not been stopped, Layburn, before. His 2 losses are to Ricky Reeves and Dan Garber on points.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get stopped again here, if I'm honest. That's what I said about these journeymen. You know, they're tough. They give it all. You know, they don't just come to survive the rounds. They actually come to win. And Sheldon McDonald, to his credit, has been pushing forward and he's been looking for that stoppage. But Ryan Layburn has been hanging in there. Right hand again there.
Do you think the referee's thinking about it here?
Well, he's gone there. There was a little stumble there from a left hook from McDonald. Yeah, the referee is thinking about it, isn't he? He's taking a close look here.
And then when your head's bouncing back like that as well, it's a bit more than just taking a shot, isn't it? When your neck's losing control.
Well, again, the left hook, and Ryan Layburn just keeps clicking that jaw open. I wonder if he's got a problem with that jaw. He keeps opening his mouth.
Good
body shot.
That is a really nice body shot.
Yeah, beautiful body shot went in there as well. This is good stuff, isn't it?
I tell you what, I'm loving the variety in Sheldon's work.
Yeah, he's good.
He's showing so much more. And he's brilliant to see he's had this time out and he's gone away and worked on his game.
Yeah, like it. Good stuff from Sheldon. Just looking for that backhand. Again, driving it through the guard there of Layburn. And Layburn pinned on the ropes here.
I get the feeling Spence is there to be took out.
Oh, he's nearly gone.
If he can put a combination together, he could take him out here.
Yep. He's on unsteady legs in there at the moment. You're right. This contest could be very close to being over. Luckily, 10-second clacker goes, so Layburn's going to make the final bell. But what a performance here from Sheldon McDonald coming off that knockout loss.
I tell you what, Ryan Layburn's earned his money tonight.
Yeah, he certainly has.
He took a pasting, Spence.
He did.
He took an absolute pasting tonight.
That was a tough night there for Ryan Layburn. It really was. Credit where credit's due. He hung in there, mate, because Sheldon McDonald put in a beautiful performance. Let those shots go really well. Shot selection was good. He was working the angles, trying different things. Yeah, very impressive stuff.
Well, you know, a lot of people in the comments are saying that he should rematch Ricky Reeves. He's only 5 fights in. He hasn't got amateur experience either.
Let's wait until we get to titles. Go back to the drawing board. Learn your craft, you know. He's still got a long way to go here, McDonald. But what we saw there tonight was that he has the ability. You know, I've seen that he's got the heart. I know that, and I speak to Johnny regularly about him. You know, Johnny thinks a lot of Sheldon McDonald, and I think he's going to be a champion. He will be a champion one day. So this is all about the development, the learning curve, you know, taking your time, and that was a good performance.
See his trainer Roger Sampson just asking me if it's a thumbs up. And
ladies and gentlemen, once again, before we announce the results, can you please put your hands together for both boxers? After 4 rounds of action, we go to referee Michael Alexander's scorecard. He scores the contest. In favour of your winner, from Sheffield, Sheldon McDonald. Don't forget to follow GBM Sports all over social media for the latest news, interviews, and show information. On Twitter and Instagram, it's GBM_sports, and Facebook and YouTube, it's GBM Sports.
Donald, Sheldon, good victory, get back into the ring, take us through what you went there tonight.
Yeah, definitely, that was the plan. My coach Roger Sampson just said, go out there, establish some data, see what he's got to offer, work on your boxing, stick to what you're good at. That were the messages from the corner, and that's what I did, and he got me the win.
Obviously, you come off a loss, but you've learned a lot from there, added a lot to your game. What did you take away from the loss? What did you go and work on?
Yeah, so the loss came in the boxer series, you know, so there were so many dynamics that I'd never prepared for before. And it was a good learning curve. You know, I went through that experience coming out at the end with so much positivity from commentators, fans, people I don't even know. So that's pushed me to get back in the gym straight away and now look what happened. I got back in there, got my victory.
And you had Sheffield's legend Johnny Nelson here cheering on all night. Did he give you any tips? And what's it like to have such a name cheering you on?
Well, I was on a bit of a downer when I came out of the box series, not fulfilling what I wanted to. And he was the main one that picked me up, along with my family. Picked me up and just said me to keep going. I only had 8 amateur fights, so I'm learning on the job. So I showed that I had the cojones to get in there and do a tournament like that. So and I got my juice. It just shows other boxers, if an opportunity comes like that, take it.
Let's bring in promoter Izzy Asif. Izzy, a good victory here for Sheldon tonight, and it showed a lot more.
I said that to his corner, and that's the best performance I've seen. So much improvement. He's come off a loss. That's a seasonal pro that kid knows how to look around. Ryan's been in the game a long, long time, and he dominated from where to go. And he put his shot so good together. His backhand was coming off. I've known Sheldon for a few years, and Sheldon, that was the best Sheldon McDonald I've seen. And listen, we want to push it to 6 rounders. We want titles because that's what he's about. He's not in this game just to tick along. He's took the loss, he's learned from it, but listen, we want 6 rounders and titles next year, and he's got a great team behind him. He's got Johnny Nelson backing him, I'm backing him, and we can go all the way. And Sheffield is another cruiserweight, and Sheldon McDonald's your answer for it.
Sheldon, thank you, and enjoy your victory, bro.
Don't take anything you take physically. He's got like social.
showed us there was that actually it's made him a better fighter, a better man, because he went out there, established his authority, controlled the distance, controlled the space, worked everything from the jab, whipping the right hands and trying different stuff, stepping round, body shots, head shots. I thought that was first class from where he's just come from coming off a knockout loss. That to me said, yeah, you know what, you put that behind you, you've moved on, top quality.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. We're going to move on to the next box up, guys, so thank you very much.
And now the action continues with a lightweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. We welcome to the ring firstly from Kingston upon Hull, Luke Fash. And his opponent from Sheffield, Frank El Franco Ali.
I'm Frank Ali, I'm 27, I'm from Sheffield, and I'm a super featherweight. You're going to see a different Frank Ali tonight. More boxer move, more thinking, and a lot of improvements will be made.
Introducing to you firstly in the blue corner wearing black shorts trimmed with zebra print. He weighed in at 9 stone, 9 pounds, 6 ounces. Boxing this evening is 91st professional contest from Hull, Luke Fash. And his opponent across the ring in the red corner, wearing the white trunks trimmed with gold. He weighed in at 9 stone, 6 pounds, 8 ounces. He brings to the ring a perfect professional record of 4 wins from 4 contests. Hailing from Sheffield, Frank El Franco Ali! Your timekeeper at the bell is Peter Humphrey of Doncaster. Your referee is Howard Forster, also of Doncaster. Referee Howard Forster will give both boxers their final instructions.
Okay guys, both know the rules. Keep it clean, break straight away when told. Both watch your heads in close. Good luck to you both. Touch gloves. Good luck.
This is a lightweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds.
On to the next fight here at the Doncaster Dome between Sheffield's
Seconds
Fraka Ali
out, round 1.
Luke Flash Fash. Featherweight contest. And Fraka Ali said he's going to show a different version of himself here tonight. He's had 4 fights. He's fought internationally actually on a Mian Khan show. I think it was in Dubai about a year ago. So he's got good experience in the first few fights of his career. Yep. And it started off very quickly. Fraka Ali letting off his straight shots, trying to get the center of the ring and really backing Fash up onto the ropes.
Good body shots there from Ali. Just taking his time, keeping the distance well. Well covered up there from Fash though. Keeping those elbows nice and tight, and it looks like he's going to need to do that because Frak Ali looks like he's on a bit of a mission here tonight. He's started very fast, controlling the centre of the ring, switching the body shots in there as well.
Yeah, he fought against John Spencer on the last GBM card in Rotherham at the Magna Centre, went the full distance there as well, 4 rounds. And it's going to be intriguing to see what he wants to show us here tonight. I'm sure he wants to get a stoppage like we've seen before tonight as well on his record.
Of course, you know, he's going to want to build those stoppages on his record. Like I said, he's a very good technical boxer, and he may be one of those guys like we've talked about earlier on in the program. A lot of these guys that may need more rounds than the 4 rounds to get these stoppages inside the distance, because they're not one-punch knockout merchants. They're guys that slowly, systematically break and wear fighters down, try and steal their soul really and try and make them crack. And you can do that over the 8-round, 10-round, 12-round distance, but over the 4-round distance it's very difficult to do. But this is a good start here from Ali, who's controlled this first round behind the jab. Good combinations. He's been looking for those openings as well.
Yeah, controlling the pace is Fraka Ali. Seems to be moving at his own time. It's a very quick start as well. He's not really slowed down throughout this whole round. On his toes continuously. Definitely a well-schooled amateur as well. He's had a lot of amateur fights and exhibition fights before he turned over professional. We've seen him on cards across England. Actually, I've seen him fight a few times before he turned professional, so he's well seasoned in that sense.
Yep, good start there from Fraka Ali. Dominated the round from the opening, really worked well behind the jab. He was throwing the body shots in, whipping the left hooks in, followed by the left hooks, right hook, sorry, then bringing the uppercuts in as well. So showing us a great repertoire for a guy who's only had 4 fights. You know, showing good confidence, good maturity in there. And Luke Frash played his part in that, to be fair, because he covered up well, didn't look in any trouble at all, but looked like he knew how to get through the round, and that's what he does, you know. He's having his 95th first contest, and these guys come to survive, and they look to fiddle their way through the rounds, and that's exactly what Luke Frash done in that opening round. He covered up very well and looked in no sort of trouble, but dominant opening round there from
Fraka Ali. 10 seconds.
Fraka Ali actually turned over professional last year and from October last year. This is his 5th fight, so he's been keeping very busy in the last 12 months. It's something that can get difficult even for fighters starting out in the professional scene to be so active. So 5 fights in the last 12 months is a very good resume.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's plenty of fights. You don't really want any more than that, if I'm honest, if you're a prospect, because it's not just the fights, it's the training camps in between those fights, and you've got to allow the body to rest as well. And I know Fracker Ali is one of those guys that loves to train all the time, and he wants to climb the rankings quite quickly, but it's all about timing, just taking your time. This is a good fight for him at this stage because he'll learn a lot from this. Luke Thrash is one of those guys that knows his way around the ring. He knows how to cover up. He knows how to fiddle his way through fights. So it's a good learning fight for Fracker Ali, this one.
Most definitely. He looks like he is a well-seasoned vet in this game. 91st professional bout is no joke. That's a lot of fights.
Listen, if you're not a vet at 90, 91 fights, then I'm not sure when you are, mate. That's a well-schooled journeyman.
Definitely showing it with the way he's surviving, and he's taken a few shots there, and he gets caught with a very stiff jab from Fracker Ali. Frack has not stopped the pace since the first round. He's kept it up in all fairness to him, but he gets caught there on the way in. Just snaps back a little bit.
Little warning sign there from Luke Thrash just to say, listen mate, don't take too many liberties. He let the right hand go, and Ali walked onto that one. He switched off. That's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about learning curves. These guys, this is where they learn when not to take the foot off the gas. Don't get too cocky and think you're in complete control, because as soon as your opponent senses that, they'll let a shot go. That's what journeymen do.
Yep.
And that was a good...
And that definitely showed his veteran abilities, as if, I guess, a casual was watching this fight, maybe thinks, he's getting continuously backed up, but he found the opportunity, let it go, and he snaps Fracker Ali a little bit back.
Absolutely. And that's what he does. He's one of those guys that will just let you know he's in there. Like I say, he likes to fiddle his way through the shots.
Another
good left hook there as well. But yeah, he's very comfortable in there at the moment, Luke Thrash.
He's taking punishment, but he seems to know how to survive it. That's the most important thing. Gets caught with a backhand. Good shot there from Fracker Ali. Frack, even though he got caught, not letting his foot off the gas.
Yeah, Fracker's just trying to pick the pace up a little bit here. He's trying to go through the gears. He's trying to crack his opponent, because with someone like Luke Thrash, if you go one pace, he's going to survive. You've got to go through the gears, and that's exactly what Ali's doing here. He's trying to pick the pace up. He's trying to pick the tempo up. So impressive stuff here from Ali.
Ali is a lot bigger than Fash, as you can see, but he doesn't seem to be wanting to fight from the outside. He's letting his shots go continuously, and we saw that with the earlier fight as well, didn't we?
Yeah, we certainly did. Thrash is doing a good job of hanging in there, but another dominant round there from
Fash
Ali.
Gives a little smile to Ali there as they walk off, almost acknowledging the work.
Yeah, that's what these journeymen do. That's what I said to you. He'll be trying to frustrate Ali now. That little smile, it means he's trying to get inside the head of him. He's playing the psychological game, because that's where fights can be won and lost, with the mental side of things, the mental battle. And that's what journeymen are good at, getting inside opponents' heads. And that little smile there is just enough for Ali to go,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let me, I need to change it up. I need to put my foot on the gas a little bit more. But by putting your foot on the gas a little bit more, leaves you a little bit vulnerable, because you're in the pocket. Yep. You can get caught by shots, like the shot that we see Thrash hitting him with. When he come forward, he switched off, boom, right hand. So
it'll
good
be
learning curve.
Definitely, it'll be a good learning moment here as well, to see how Fracker reacts to that. Third round.
Seconds out, round 3.
Here at the Doncaster Dome, between Fracker Ali of Sheffield and Luke Flash Fash. Frack still keeping that pace up straight away, demanding the center of the ring and coming forward against Fash. 91st professional bout for Luke Fash, giving a real hard lesson, or a test you could say, for Fracker to see how he makes it in the next few rounds. Seems to be learning, but still comfortable in there.
Look, I've seen Thrash on a number of occasions, mate. He's tough. He's tough. He's enjoying it in there. He's actually enjoying it in there. He's not out of his depth here, Thrash. He's on the receiving end of a lot of punches, and he's losing the rounds and losing them quite comfortably. But he's not out of his depth. Does that make sense?
Yep.
He looks like he's totally comfortable in there. This is for Ali now to try and do something a little bit different. Yep, you're coming forward. Don't walk forward in straight lines. and just come everything behind the jab. You need to set the traps, create the openings. You know, that's what good fighters do.
They exchanged left hooks there for a split second, but both of them back to the work. Fracas lets off a nice right hand. Good work from Fracas. You can see that he's definitely a gym rat, stays in the gym. Look at the shape on him, very good shape on Fracas Ali.
Yeah, certainly is. You can tell, you know, he's one of those kids that's got high hopes, like big dreams. You know, he wants to go to the top. He's had that experience. He's had a taste of boxing on those big cards.
Yep.
He knows what it's like internationally to travel abroad and box. So the development he's getting is really good. You know, he's just got to deliver now. And this is all about the learning curve. This is the learning stages against these tough guys like Frash. 91 fights in. The reason he's still fighting after 91 fights is because he knows how to defend himself. He knows his way around the ring.
Most definitely, and like we mentioned there as well, Fracas has big hopes, big ambitions, big dreams, and he's in the right place to achieve that. GBM Sports here, giving these young fighters an opportunity to really make their dreams become a reality. And it's up to them. Fracas Ali here, putting on his best forms of skills. As he promised us in the intro, we saw him say that he's going to see a different Fracas Ali, and we can definitely say he's been working on his skills from his last fight at the Magna Centre in Rotherham. We have a clash there between the boxers, but back into the action. Fash still in there looking for that golden opportunity to maybe land and upset the cards here tonight. Frack keeping alert, keeping ready.
Yeah, Ali's controlling this one though from the centre, working well behind the jab, but winning the rounds and winning them quite comfortably as well. Frash is playing his part. Oh, big right hand there from Frash as well. That's the danger shot from him. Ali's got to be careful of that, but another dominant round there from Fracas Ali. Controlled it again, good shot selection. Maybe trying a little bit too hard sometimes, trying to force the pace a little bit too much sometimes, which is closing his space, and he's not allowing himself to get off with enough shots. So, you know, that's something for him to go and work on when he goes back to the gym, is that when you get there and you find that range, plant your feet, let the shots go. What he's doing is he's stepping in a half a step too much, smothering his own work, and he's not allowing himself to get off with those power shots. But listen, boxing well here, Fracas Ali, but Luke Frash is playing his part in a good contest.
Most definitely. And we will be going into the fourth and final round between Ali and
Corners,
Fash.
10 seconds. Seconds out for your fourth and final round.
Fash going in there for a little hook, and Frank didn't want any part of it. They just want to get straight back into the fighting.
That's where they're different stages of their careers.
Yeah.
Frash is a guy that just wants to get through the rounds, man. He wants to survive and pick up that paycheck next week and the week after. Ali's got ambition. He wants to go to the top, you know. He don't want to be friends. He don't want to make friends. He just wants to get in there, do the business. And you can expect that he's going to try and pile the pressure on here in this fourth and final round.
Most definitely good body shot there from Fash. His little tricks and skills can be seen in glimpses. 91 fight is no joke, but Fracas Ali keeping this pace up, and that's been pretty impressive. Even though it is 4 rounds, to continue that pace from the first into the fourth is very impressive, and it's a testament to Fracas Ali's work rate.
Oh, absolutely. You can tell just by looking at him, there's not an ounce on him, you know. He's in great condition. So testament to him for that. Like I say, when you've got ambitions and hopes and dreams of going to the top, you work hard, you know. But I mean, Frash has played his part here in a good contest.
Ali still dominating the center of the ring, using his jab to close the distance, and coming up there with a right hook. Gets caught with a little left there.
Yeah, little warning signs there, aren't there, when saying, listen mate, don't get too confident, because I'm an experienced, wily old fox, and that's exactly what Frash is. He knows his way around the ring. You try and take a liberty and he'll make you pay for that. You have to stay focused, switched on. This is good work again from Ali here, working the head well and switching the attacks to the body. Lovely jab rammed into the center of the face there of Frash as well.
Good double jab backhand, good body shot, and then he gets caught with an overhand himself. Frakat Ali still switched on though, still stepping forward. Good right hand of his own. Comes off the glove.
Yes,
Flash onto the ropes.
It's been a good work rate from Ali. He's been pushing it, he's been forcing it, but him being impressed with Luke Frash as well.
Gum shield of Fash just comes out, and Frak just gets directed to the neutral corner. Back to the action, and straight away Frakat Ali, as he's been doing throughout this entire fight, letting those shots off, and he gets caught with a big shot there. He's been caught a few times in this round actually.
He has, he's coming in, he's sitting in the pocket, that's why. That's what I said to you, he's closing the gap. He's taking half a step forward too much, which allows his opponent to get off with his own shots because he's in the pocket. You've got to control the space like it's an arm and a half distance, so that one step in, you're in range, but it's only one step and you're out of range. What he's doing is he's doing 1.5 steps in, which is allowing him to get too close, and it's giving his opponent enough to get off with the shots. Look, good learning curve there. Frakat Ali, for me, winning every round, but Luke Frash played his part in a good contest there. But like I say, that's a good learning curve for Frakat Ali, that fight. It really was, because Frash is a good fighter.
Yeah, very good learning curve for Frakat Ali in his 5th professional fight. 5th fight within the last 12 months. Very active fighter, young fighter, keeping in great condition, and showed us another level of his skill set tonight against a very, very experienced Luke Frash. Let's head over to the ring for the final decision.
As always, ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for both boxers. After 4 rounds of action, we go to referee Howard Foster's scorecard. He scores the contest 40 points to 36 in favour of your winner. From Sheffield, Frak El Fraco Ali. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am joined in the ring by your promoter this evening, the Supremo of GBM Sports. Put your hands together for Mr. Izzy Asif. Izzy. Production values, great venue, great atmosphere, great card. It's a year since you started with the promotion.
All right, I'm joined with the winner, Frakat Ali. Frak, you said you wanted to show something different tonight. Do you feel like you did that?
Yeah, I've been with Keith now. This is my 2nd fight with him. I'm just trying to learn to move on my back foot, work off my jab, be more patient and pick them shots. That was my last 4 rounder today. So we got Luke flashing because I knew he'd give me the rounds. You know what I mean? I thought, get these rounds in so I know what I'm like to get to 6. He was tough. There was a time at the last round, I hit him with the left hook to the body. He spat his gum shield out. I looked at my corner straight away. I was going, look, he's buying time. I know I had him then, but it is what it is. I'm happy. That's my last 4 rounder. Phase 1 of my pro career complete. First 4 rounds is 5 done. Now it's about getting to 6 and 8 and then pushing towards that Central Area title or English title next year, late next year.
Like I was going to say, that's 5 fights, and I think within the last 12 months you've been very active. Do you want to plan to take maybe a little break?
No, I'm straight back out. I'm back out in December in Birmingham. That's my first 6 rounder in December. So I'm just going to be back in gym on Monday, Tuesday, back on it for about 6 weeks, then back in ring for 6 rounds, yeah.
And obviously you've had some great experiences. You've gone to Dubai and Izzy's put some fantastic shows on. How does it feel to be kind of local to Doncaster and a great crowd here at the GBM show?
You know what it is? When I boxed in Dubai on my second fight, I learned so much about myself and about boxing alone. And then when I come back to England, Izzy said to me, Frank, my promotion, my production is going to be completely different. Frank, just trust me, I'll get you the fights, I'll get the opportunities, and I'll push you on. That's why I'm with Izzy. He promised me a title within the first 10 to 12 fights, and I'm going that right way now. So I'm happy with how he's progressing my career. It's wicked. So, yeah.
And any final words to the fans watching right now live?
Yeah, everyone who's watching. I know a lot of you couldn't make it down tonight, but thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope I showed some boxing skill, and now it's just about getting them rounds into my 6th round and developing and sitting down on my shots and letting them go now. The first 5 fights having fun, getting introduced into boxing, you know what I mean? Now it's about getting that mindset right, stepping it up now and showing them featherweights, super featherweights. Look, I'm here now, that's it. I want them to raise titles. Super featherweight. I know Conor Coggill, I boxed him in the amateurs. I know he just won that title at featherweight. In the next 7-8 months, if he's still holding that, I'd love to have that fight. I'd love to have it. So,
phase 1 complete?
Phase 1's complete, on to phase 2.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Continues in a super flyweight bout scheduled for 6 2-minute rounds. We welcome to the ring firstly from Roda de Ter, Catalonia, Spain, Bushra El Quazi. And her opponent from Worksop, Nicola Hurricane Hopewell.
I'm Nicola Hopewell from Worksop. I fight at super flyweight and I'm currently 1-0. After being a dancer from being age 5 to 16, I wanted to try something new. After my first amateur fight 7 years ago, I just wanted to continue and go up and up. I'm Worksop's first professional female boxer. I believe I can bring a world title back to Worksop. Thank you to everyone that's come to support me tonight. You're going to hear me roar.
Introducing to you firstly in the blue corner ring, white trimmed with gold, she weighed in at 8 stone 6 ounces. From 9 professional contests, her record boasts 3 wins, 3 draws and 3 defeats. 1 win coming by way of knockout. From Roda de Ter, Catalonia, Spain, Bushra El Quazi. And her opponents across the ring, in the red corner wearing black and red, she weighed in at 8 stone 1 pound 2 ounces. She brings to the ring a perfect professional record of 1 win from 1 contest, that win coming by way of knockout. From Worksop, Nicola Hurricane Hopewell. Your timekeeper is Chris Hancock of Doncaster. Your referee is Mike Alexander, also of Doncaster. Referee Mike Alexander will give both boxers their final instructions.
Right, you both know the rules, so let's just have a good clean fight, okay? Most of them to defend themselves at all times, alright? Just go.
This is a super flyweight bout scheduled for 6 2-minute rounds.
Round 1. Male fight of the night between Nicola Hopewell and Bushra El Quazi.
Yep, El Quazi, I've seen her before actually, she's boxed over here before, very tough girl. And Nicola Hopewell is one of the prospects, so looking forward to this one.
Yes, Nicola Hopewell. There's been some very good things said about her. A good friend of Ebony Bridges, who's obviously made some big waves in the female scene, in boxing scene in general.
Yeah, women's boxing's really on the up at the moment, isn't it? It was a historic moment, a couple of weeks ago at the O2 Arena with Clarissa Shields and Savannah Marshall topping the first all-women's boxing card, and what a night that was. I was fortunate enough to be working there, commentating on that one, and I've got to tell you, the demographic was 40% women, but the atmosphere was incredible, and the girls delivered. Women's boxing really is on the up as we speak. You know, Ebony Bridges is here to support Nicola Hopewell tonight as well. She's come to give her some support, so that's good to see. But yeah, women's boxing is flying at the moment.
Yeah, that night we saw Clarissa against Savannah Marshall. It was just a fantastic thing to see a full females card in general. We saw Alicia Baumgart on the undercard against Michaela Meyer. We saw so many good fights in general.
We did. You know, there was Karis Arkenstall, the Olympic bronze medalist on there. Lauren Price, the Olympic gold medalist, was on there. Young Shannon Ryan under 258 management, she was on there as well. So we saw some brilliant girls, and again with that girls all female card, someone wanted to steal the show, so every girl put on a big effort, you know, to try and steal that show. It was an incredible spectacle.
And we ended the first round. A good start here for Nicola Hopewell. She's shown some really good qualities boxing wise. You can tell Bushra is very tough and gritty, putting her hands up. Again, a travelling style of boxing. It's going to be a good night's work for Nicola Hopewell. She has to stay focused in there.
Yeah, she has got to stay focused, because her opponent, who, like I said, I haven't seen before, is very tough and she is very durable. But Hopewell, you know, she's got the talent. She spars with a lot of world champions and a lot of good female boxers, and her development has been a good one, and she's looking to stay on that winning run tonight. That was a good opening round from her there. She controlled the space, worked well behind the jab, and yep, impressive stuff.
We really have gone from seeing a very rare female fight on a maybe just an average card to then a big female fight on a big boxing card. Now we're seeing 2 female fights here tonight on a local show, on a quote-unquote small show. I can't even call this a small show. We've seen some good talent on it so far.
Absolutely, listen, and it's a packed house here, you know, but these are small hall shows now, because the big shows are in like the O2 arenas, you know, like the MEN Arena or the whatever it is, the AO Arena now. So, you know, the big shows are there, and the football stadiums, they are now considered big shows. So this is considered a small hall, but I love these shows. Yeah. The atmosphere is fantastic. And I'm also loving women's boxing at the moment. They really are delivering.
Nicola Hopewell into round 2 here.
Just gets off with a good right hand there, Hopewell. Kwasi is dangerous.
Yep.
Like I say, she's very crude. She'll keep coming forward and she wings those shots over. They're the ones that you've got to be careful from, you know. Hopewell has to stay aware. She's got to throw those shots, not sit in that pocket, move back after throwing those shots or move the head because, like I say, Kwasi is dangerous.
Yep, Kwasi looks in there to put on a fight for Nicola Hopewell in her second professional bout here in Doncaster. She's from Worksop. She wants to bring home a world title. Has there been a world champion from Worksop? Excuse my knowledge there, Adam.
I know. Listen, I'm not aware of not to my knowledge anyway. So if there has been, I'm going to be in desperate trouble. I know that now. But yeah, to my knowledge, no, there hasn't been. So yeah, Nicola Hopewell could be that first one. And like I say, you know, these girls are just flying the flag at the moment. Women's boxing really has gone from strength to strength. I know I keep harping on about it, but credit where credit's due, man. These women are delivering.
She's got the Blades logo of Sheffield United on her shorts, showing her support for her football team, and I'm sure she couldn't put on a performance as sharp as those blades as we've seen so far. Coming on to the end of round number 2 here in Doncaster, Nicola Hopewell keeping the boxing is going. There was a very daunting smile there from El Kwasi.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Hopewell done enough to win that round again as well, but El Kwasi is dangerous. You know, the only shot that she's got, El Kwasi, actually in her whole repertoire, is that looping right hand over the top. She sort of stalks forward. She's a little bit unorthodox, and she wings that shot over. So, like I say, Hopewell has to be careful because El Kwasi is heavy-handed, but Hopewell just needs to find the range, throw the shots, come back out of range, then go back in range again. Go through the gears. That's what we need to see now.
And that is what she will learn in these fights, though. Again, we've seen so many learning curve fights, but this is only her second professional fight, and to have someone like El Kwasi in front of her is valuable knowledge for her to improve her skill set.
Absolutely, yeah. This is all about the development stage, the learning curve, and she's doing really well here.
Into the third round.
Seconds out. Round 3.
Between Nicola Hopewell and Bushra El Kwasi.
El Kwasi coming out with that high guard. Look at her slipping, sliding from side to side, looking to let that big right hand go over the top. Hopewell just controlling the distance well here. But doesn't want to fall in with that right hand. She needs to move her feet into range before throwing that right hand. She needs to find the range with a jab. Stepping, don't go too far. Just throw to find the range with a jab. When you find the range, let the shots go and then get back out again. Because El Kwasi is dangerous.
El Kwasi just catches Hopewell there whilst the referee told them to break, but back into our action. Yeah, like we said, she has the support of Ebony Bridges, who's been doing some fantastic things herself, and I think she's trained with Ebony as well, so it's very valuable experience for her to have a friend like that by her side.
Listen, yeah, confidence breeds success, you know, and I think that, you know, in this game, it's like it's 20% physical, 80% mental. You've got to believe in yourself. Being wrapped around girls like Ebony Bridges, who decided to pack up, move home across the other side of the world from Australia to England, shows you her commitment, what she wanted to do, her drive. Being wrapped around girls like that is only a positive thing, you know, because them girls give off so much energy. It's unreal.
It's a bit of a scrappy one, this for Nicola. It seems like she can't get her work off too clean. Kwasi making it a bit difficult for her to let those shots off. But like you said, she keep it at a distance in and out where she keeps falling into it.
Yeah, this is where now, see, like when she got there, El Kwasi gets in, that's where she wants to be, El Kwasi. She wants to be in the pocket. And what Nicola Hopewell's got to do is that when she gets there, take half a step back. You haven't got to go forward the whole time. If you're getting there, you need as a fighter to create the space and make the space. The space doesn't make itself. El Kwasi's game is to close the space. Yeah, Hopewell needs to create the space. Another round there for Hopewell, but El Kwasi's making things hard for her.
Third round over here in Doncaster between Nicola Hopewell and Bushra El Kwasi. We have plenty more fights coming off tonight. Friday night boxing doesn't get better than this. A lot of prospects, a lot of good fighters, about to display their skills live here direct on Boxing King Media. So if you haven't already subscribed, be sure to press that big red shiny button, as we have plenty of boxing content coming your way. We did an amateur show last week, and here we are doing another professional show, and of course the interviews from all around the world, from some of the biggest fights in the world of boxing.
Corners.
Fourth round here for Nicola Hopewell against Bushra El Kwasi. And the final round.
Round 4.
Oh, sorry, is it a 6-rounder?
Yeah,
it's a 6-rounder. Apologies to the viewers watching there, that was my mistake. 6-rounder for Nicola Hopewell.
So this is where Hopewell now just needs to find that range, and once she lands that jab, let the shots go, and even let the shots go on the back foot. So shuffle out now. When she throws the shot, shuffle out, because El Kwasi will keep coming. Even when she's getting hit, she'll try and close that space.
El Kwasi, as we've seen, is very game. She's been coming forward, stepping forward, using that head movement. She's not shying away from the home fighter here tonight.
Nope, she certainly isn't.
Good job from Hopewell there. Nice 3 shots, but she gets caught just as she's coming back out. Crowd excited for her though. Another good jab. She's really utilising that jab really well tonight.
Yeah, she's doing really well, isn't she? That's where now she needs to now just take half a step, now go again. That's what she needs to do, you know. She needs to go through those gears.
The corner of El Kwasi telling her to vamos, to go ahead, to go on. They're very motivated to get an away victory here and upset the cards. She catches Nicola with a left hook there. Nicola took it well.
Oh, Nicola come back with a nice left hook of her own now, and El Kwasi felt the weight of that one, but look at the determination on El Kwasi's face. She's been here before. She's tough. She's rough. She doesn't mind it like this. This is her game, you know. That's why Hopewell just needs to keep it at range. Work everything off that jab. Keep the distance. Don't get involved.
Into the final seconds of round number 4. And there we go, a few shots landed there for Nicola Hopewell.
Yeah, better work there at the end of the round there from Hopewell. She found the range and she let her hands go. That was good stuff. Another round in the bank for Nicola Hopewell, but she is being made to work in here tonight for a very tough El Kwasi. Very, very tough indeed. So, yeah. This is proving a decent little contest.
Into round number 5. Our first 6-rounder of the night. We have plenty more coming through.
Yeah, she's a very stubborn fighter, isn't she, El Kwasi? She's one of those girls that is going to be very difficult to break.
Her record isn't necessarily bad. She's had 3, 3, and 3. So she'd had 9 fights and equally won, draw, and lost them all. So she's definitely desperate to get that 4th victory on her list.
But I tell you what though, I bet some of those draws she's been very unfortunate, because she's probably got the draws when she's been on the road. She's the type of girl that doesn't fight at home. She's always in the away corner, so she's better than her record suggests. This is a good learning curve here for Hopewell, you know, who is one of our young prospects coming through, and these are the sort of fights that you need.
Six 2-minute rounds, of course, in the women's flyweight division. Nicola Hopewell lands a good shot there on the inside. Good body shot and a good left hook as well. I think she got caught with one of herself on the inside. A daunting look from El Kwasi. She tries to throw a big overhand. Nothing really coming off it.
She's crude, isn't she, El Kwasi? Like, she comes in, the head's down. You've got to be careful of head clashes as well, because she's rough and rugged. Look, she throws them shots from the outside. They're very nice. When you fight people that are unpredictable, throw shots, unpredictability is very difficult to beat. You know, and she's like that, where she might not be technically, she doesn't look sound, but she's effective, because she's very difficult to work out. She's very unpredictable. So I think that Nicola Hopewell is doing a good job here under the circumstances. Good uppercut lead there from Hopewell as well.
Nicola Hopewell of Wick Sop trying to secure her second victory of her professional career.
Well, she's winning all these rounds, isn't she? She's doing the better work. There goes the big shot over the top, and a gum shield come out there. I'm not sure. I think it was Hopewell's gum shield. The right hand landed over the top. Just need to.
I think it was just.
Was it?
Yeah, I think it was just sweat that came off one of the shots. It did look like a gum shield, though.
It looked like something had come out there. I couldn't quite see. But yeah, it was a big right hand that come over the top. That's the shot that she has to be careful of. But Hopewell, I think, is boxing really well here. You know, she's winning the rounds against a very tough, rough customer. So, yeah, impressive stuff here from Hopewell.
Going to the 6th and final round of this female flyweight contest. And it's also really good to see the whole field already in the early fights as well. The fans really coming out showing their support for all the fighters on this card.
Yeah, we love that, don't we? That's what I said about these small hall shows. That you get the atmosphere, you know, the crowd build, and they're a real knowledgeable crowd as well. They love their boxing. They're not just here to support their home fighters. They love the whole show. That's what you get. You don't get that at these big shows where the hall now is not an empty seat in this place. Everybody's screaming. The atmosphere is actually electric.
Now we are into the 6th round of this contest, and they've started both very fast. Not the most tidiest of work, but it looks like they're both going to be very aggressive in this last round. It should cause some fireworks. Good shot from Nicola Hopewell to the body. Left hook to the body landed, and I think there's a little slip there. Kind of caught El Qassi off guard. Good 1-2 down the pipe.
Yeah, Qassi, I think, felt that little body shot in there, you know. She seemed to be momentarily stunned, and she's doing well here, El Qassi, because another body shot has just slammed in the right side of her rib cage. That was another good shot there from Hopewell.
The 1-2 working very well for Hopewell as well. She's landed that a few times, straight down the pipe. She's followed that up with another jab as well. Oh, big shot there from Qassi. The left hook just skims the chin of Hopewell.
Well, nice uppercut followed by the hook again. The girls are really going for it here in the 6th round.
Real treat of a fight so far.
Yeah.
Between the two flyweights.
Do you know what? That's what I'm saying, yeah? These girls deliver, don't they? They just go out there and they give it, you know. There's no messing around. They just get in there. You don't see this, you know, these big build-ups. They get in there and they put on a great job. I'm really enjoying women's boxing at the moment. Is going from strength to strength, and this is why. This is entertainment.
Most definitely. Obviously, we are in Doncaster. We're close to Dennerby. Terry Harper from these sides of the world put on obviously some fantastic performances of us late and entertaining and inspiring a generation. And here is another one that we should remember the name of. Nicola Hopewell in her 2nd professional bout. Surely got the victory there as well.
Yep, against a very experienced, very tough El Qassi, who's, you know, we've seen before. She comes, she brings it, and she is dangerous. So yeah, that was a good fight there for Nicola Hopewell. I thought she's done really well. First couple of rounds was maybe, you know, just trying to get into it a little bit. But as the rounds wore on, she started finding her range, getting off of her shots, showed a great repertoire. Overall, good victory there for Nicola Hopewell.
Let's head into the ring for the final decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for both boxers. After 6 rounds of action, we go to referee Michael Alexander's scorecard. He scores the contest 58 points to 56 points in favour of your winner. From Worksop, Nicola Hurricane Hopewell! Don't forget to make sure you're following GBM Sports across social media on Twitter and Instagram. It's GBM_sports, and Facebook and YouTube. It's GBM Sports. That's where you'll find all the latest news, interviews, and ticket news.
How you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Okay, I'm joined by tonight's winner, Nicola Hopewell. Nicola, that was a really good performance there. 6 rounds. How are you feeling?
I feel really good. It's just what I needed, a good 6 rounds, a tough rounds as well. So, yeah, real happy with it.
You had a very tough opponent there in El Kwasi. She was coming forward, she was daunting, smiling at you. What did you take away from that performance overall?
I mean, it were a win, but it were also a learning as well. Like, she kept coming forward. It's like how I deal with boxers like that. So I've got something to take away from it.
And this was only your second fight in front of a big crowd here in Doncaster. Big things coming for women's boxing as well, but what's your sort of goal in the next 12 months?
In the next 12 months, I'd probably like to start boxing for titles and stuff, because there's not many boxers at my weight at super flyweight, so I think it's possible, probably 12 months' time.
We were there on the commentary desk, we were talking a lot about females boxing and how it's developed over the last few years. It's fantastic, it's really inspiring to see, and it must be sort of a good feeling inside of you to inspire the little girls watching at home.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, I know so many little girls that are getting into boxing, just got into boxing. So yeah, it's really good and it's really taking off. It's the right time to get into it.
Any final words to the fans watching you tonight?
Thank you to everyone who came to support me at Doncaster, and thank you to everyone else at home who's supporting.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
And now we come to a middleweight bout scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. Would you welcome to the ring firstly, originally from Mexico, now based in Aragon, Spain, Fernando Valencia! And his opponent from the steel
Joe Jenkins, I'm 25 years old, I'm from Steel City, Sheffield, and I'm a welterweight. This is going to be my third appearance under the lights of GBM Sports. We put in all the hard graft, now it's time to get the job done. You can expect fireworks from me tonight.
Introducing to you firstly in the blue corner, wearing grey shorts trimmed with black, he weighed in at 11 stone, 4 pounds exactly. We put our hands together for him as he boxes in his landmark 50th professional contest from Mexico, now based in Aragon, Spain, Fernando Valencia. And his opponents across the ring in the red corner, wearing the red, white and black shorts, he weighed in at 11 stone exactly. He brings to the ring a perfect professional record of 3 wins from 3 contests, one of those wins coming by way of knockout from Sheffield, Joe Jenkins! Your timekeeper is Peter Humphrey of Doncaster. Your referee is Howard Foster, also of Doncaster. Referee Howard Foster will give both boxers final instructions.
Both know the rules, keep it clean, break straight away when told. Both got your heads in close, good luck to you both, touch gloves.
This is a middleweight bout scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds.
Seconds out, round 1.
That he beat Ben Whittaker as an amateur, and that says a lot for him. Ben Whittaker obviously is one of our leading lights, turning professional right now. There's high hopes for Ben Whittaker. He really is a special talent. So I've not seen Joe Jenkins, but heard a lot about him.
I think you'll be very impressed, mate. Very good fighter. He beat Ben, I think it was about 6 years ago. And then I think he took a long break, 4 or 5 years, and then he's just come back into boxing in the last 18 months. I signed with GBM Sports.
Yep, I'm looking forward to seeing him. There's, you know, a lot of good talk that comes out of the gyms about Joe Jenkins and his talent.
You see that right
So
hand?
this is a good test for him here against Fernando Valencia. He's a tough guy, so
I tell you what's interesting. He's now a welterweight, could potentially make super lightweight. Beat Ben Whittaker, who's now a light heavyweight. How does that happen?
crazy.
Strange, isn't it?
Crazy.
I think Sean Porter was the same. Was he not fighting as a middleweight, as an amateur? Then,
yeah, I did. Didn't Sean Porter
fight Usyk?
Beat Alexander Usyk, I think.
It's crazy, isn't it?
I think he fought or beat. I know he fought him. I'm not sure. I think he may have beaten him as well. Yeah, absolutely madness.
So as you can tell, Joe is a Sheffield United fan. Common theme around Yorkshire, you're either a Blade or a Wednesday fan.
This is a good start here from Jenkins, just taking the centre of the ring, just controlling things, and he's not in the pocket when Valencia's coming back with his shots, so yeah, just controlling the space nicely here.
Then we talked about the matchmaking earlier. And again, I'm not seeing this guy in the away corner before, but he looks like he's not just going to stand back and tuck up. He's going to bring some smoke.
Absolutely, that's what they do on these small hall shows. You know, they all want victories. You know, even the journeymen want victories because they need those victories on their card so they don't get their licenses taken away from them. So they still have to win as well. So if they get that opportunity, they will do it. You know, this is a good, entertaining card so far. We've had some good fights on it, and this is a good prospect in Joe Jenkins against the tough Fernando Valencia.
We've got Ebony Bridges causing chaos in the crowd. There's a big queue of men in Palm Angels gear taking pictures with her. Spencer, I've been told to call you John.
Oh, yeah, it was that Jack Straw. Jack Straw is obviously listening. Boxing Social Jack, Into Boxing Jack.
Yeah,
or in my world, I call him Big John.
Big John.
Anyway, back to the boxing. Yeah, Joe Jenkins doing a good job there in the opening round. Jenkins controlled that one, used his height well, controlled the space well, worked well behind that jab. Valencia was left to scraps on the outside, but he does look tough. But good start there from Jenkins, just to get that round under his belt and now start picking it up as these rounds go on.
What do you think of, you know, you can see Joe in the corner, he's standing. There's a myth. What's your opinion? Should he stand in the corner in between rounds or should he sit down?
Well, it's horses for courses. It's whatever you choose, whatever you prefer to do. A lot of Europeans actually stand up in the corner. Mate, if I'm getting a chance to sit down, I'm sitting down. Don't worry about that, and you can feed me some water, and you can put some water on my head because I want as much rest as possible. But yeah, some fighters
Corners,
do
10
just
seconds.
choose to stand up between rounds. I think personally, you should rest the legs.
Seconds out, round
This
two.
is definitely an interesting one. You see most guys in 12-round fights, they tend to eventually sit down when he gets towards the end of the fight.
Yeah, sure, because the legs do get heavy, the legs get tired, and they do need that rest, you know. Anyway, back to this one. Second round, Joe Jenkins versus Fernando Valencia. Jenkins in the white, blue shorts with a white trim and red. Valencia.
Blue, it's black, that, isn't it?
Black,
Spence?
yeah, I think it actually is black, actually. Black, red and white. Did I tell you I was colourblind?
Right,
Or you've just found that out?
That explains it.
Yeah.
Do not say
And Valencia in the green shorts with a black shirt. I'm only joking.
You just accused a Sheffield United fan of wearing blue.
Brilliant.
But see, Joe's thinking about his work. How would you describe his style? Because he's in and out.
Do you know what it is? At the moment, he's not found his range, Joe. He's struggling with his timing at the moment. His style's nice. You know, the foundations are built. They're good. But he just needs to find that range. He's just got to find the range with the jab. You know, he's not controlling the space enough at the moment. And that's his problem. Yes, he's winning the rounds, but look, Valencia's just growing in confidence. He's a tough guy.
See, I like the fact that, you know, I saw a few people commenting, now there's Journeyman in the away corner, but do you see Journeyman coming like this? No.
No, exactly.
Look at this, he's not missing, is he?
Whoa, big right hand there. Jenkins had to take that one flush. He felt the weight of that one, I'm going to tell you.
He did. But it's good experiences for a young guy. Oh, how's that? Have that.
Yep, come back with one of his own, and he needed to be fair. That was a big right hand from Valencia, and he's the type of guy you don't want growing in confidence.
You know, I think in his all 4 fights, this is the first time I've seen Joe actually get hit, so I'm sure he will have enjoyed that experience somewhere down the line. Nice uppercut in the inside.
Yeah, it's good work from Joe.
He's a very good body puncher as well, but we've not seen that yet.
No, like I say, sometimes, you know, when you get into a fight, you're struggling to find the range and the timing. That's better from him. Just take half a step back now, Joe. And there you go. Good shots. Valencia done well to take that.
Four bottles of Equifol for the winner. And Time Booth fans watching. You know, just for the viewers tuning in, there's nearly 2,000 of you watching. We've got more live boxing next week from promoter Dean White. We'll be in Tolworth Centre in London another great night of boxing. He's got some brilliant fights coming up as well. Similar sort of fights. So make sure you guys subscribe, follow Boxing King Media. We've got more action coming for you. We're also posting interviews weekly, daily from Boxing Worldwide. We've got great content on our Instagram account, TikTok, Facebook. We believe we are the kings of boxing content.
You certainly are, man. You deliver. You really do. You caught me with a couple of good ones, actually. You caught me at the right time. But yeah, your content is absolutely superb, like it is this evening with this streaming of this show. First class. Crowd is brilliant. The production is brilliant. And dare I say it, the commentary ain't bad either.
Not bad. Getting Spencer Oliver in the house is a big coup for GBM
Corners,
Sports
10
and Boxing
seconds.
King Media. Just checking this chap, Fernando Valencia. He fights at middleweight. So Joe
Seconds
told
out,
me a few weeks
round
ago
3.
he could potentially make super lightweight. So it can't be easy him fighting a guy who's probably a stone heavier than him in there tonight. I'm assuming his last minute opponent.
But you wouldn't think that looking at it, would it?
No. He's fought most of his career at middleweight, looking at Valencia's box rate. Only been stopped 4 times in 49 contests. Mexican based in Spain.
Yeah, tough guy. Oh, good left hook there. Just turned the jab into a hook, followed by the uppercut. That's better work now from Jenkins. He's started to find that range. The timing's coming. That's better start here at the beginning of this third round.
You know, this is the kind of fight I wish it was a 6th rounder, because I think if it was 6, we'd get a stoppage.
This is the thing, see.
Nice uppercut.
These 4 rounders are difficult to force the stoppage, because it's just not enough time.
Do you think Joe's missing his jab here? I get the feeling he's looking for right hooks and right uppercuts rather than just concentrating on that jab maybe.
What he's doing is he's focusing on trying to get the stoppage, trying to force the stoppage where he needs to get back to his boxing. That's where he's best, Joe, working everything behind the jab. Look now, he's closed the gap too much, closed the space too much, which allows Valencia to come back with shots of his own. This is where he needs to pin Valencia on the ropes, let the shots go, but stop moving your feet. Let the combinations go, because Valencia won't be able to throw any shots of his own.
That's a nice uppercut again on the inside. He's definitely respecting his power, even though there's a gap in the weight.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, Jenkins is doing well here, mate. He's
lovely
showing some good combinations, a great variety of shots as well. But this is where he needs to be now. Just drive those shots out long, Joe. Don't allow the shorter guy to get in range.
Saying Joe is from the same stable as Dante Dixon, Shaquille Thompson, Sheldon we saw earlier tonight. 4 young lads. There's also Bree Wright, a really good female fighter. I don't know if you come across Bree or not. She's 2-0.
Yeah.
Slick fighter, switch hitter. It's a really good gym that Roger Sampson's got up in the Manor in Sheffield. So,
do you know what? Boxing in a whole at the moment, going right through Britain is brilliant. The strength of it, the depth of talent in the amateurs that are coming through into the pros. Women's boxing really is going to another level, and these young fighters as well, all coming back. The likes of Joe Jenkins, who was a good amateur, beat Ben Whittaker some 5 or 6 years ago, went away from the game but has come back, and it's not too late. This is a good stage for him. This is a good platform for him to showcase his skills, and he's doing that tonight, to be fair.
He's only 25. In them 5 years, I think he's got 2 children, 2 kids. He works as a landscape gardener full time. His schedule's crazy. He wakes up, works all morning, and then does his boxing in the evening. And landscape gardening ain't easy, is it?
No, it is not, especially to do that. Boxing really has to be a full-time job, because it's very difficult when you've got to work as well, to earn a living. But some fighters, when they've got kids, that's the reality of it. That's what they got to do. A lot of people see this, they'll be watching the streams and they'll be going, wow, the pro boxers, they're worth fortunes. Actually, it's very, very difficult at the beginning, when you're starting to go through those 4 rounders, 6 rounders, 8 rounders, even early title fights. It's hard to earn a living, so respect where respect's due. Jenkins doing what he's doing, working outside of his boxing. It's a difficult job.
The pay the fighters are getting now, like Joe, for example, without going into detail, how different do you think it is from when you were starting off, like going back 20, 30 years? Do you reckon that there's much improvement in pay?
Mate, yeah. Title fights, weren't bad, but when you're boxing, if I told you what I got
Corners, 10 seconds.
for my first title fight, you'd fall off your chair, mate. You really would. And when I boxed for the European title,
Seconds out,
I'm going to give you an
fourth
idea.
and
I
final
won more
round.
money gambling on myself to win the fight than I got paid.
Wow.
So there you go.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But it doesn't surprise me.
Because I was a big underdog going in, to be fair, but still.
What were the odds?
The odds were about 7-1 or 6-1, something like that. I was a big underdog. I'd only had 10 fights boxing for a European title.
I bet he was more bothered about getting to pick up his pay slip rather than your belt.
No, I wanted my belt, man. It was all about the belt.
Yeah.
Whoa,
Wow,
good left hook there.
Brilliant.
That's better start to the round here from Jenkins. Just seems to have slipped into a rhythm, found that range. Good stuff here from Jenkins.
Really good. He shook it off though, didn't he? He didn't
No, he's
bother
tough.
him.
Fernando Valencia, mate, is one tough cookie.
Do you think the weight is the difference here though? It's the fact that he's a heavier guy, he can absorb them shots.
He's just sort of tough anyway. You know, some fighters are just like that. You know, these sort of fighters you break down over later rounds, 8s and 10s and 12s. You don't get rid of them in 4s and 6s because they're tough, you know, so they can like absorb those sort of punches. But when you're doing that and there's accumulation of those punches going on over a period of time, you know, a fighter cracks over a period of time.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Darren say it looks like a young. He's very. It resembles like a young Triple G. Valencia.
He
See a
does.
resemblance.
He does. He does. He's like a resemblance. Is like a cross between Triple G and Bivol.
It actually is. It actually is.
There you go. We've just moulded a fighter.
Yeah.
And yeah. So what do you get? Triple G. You put Triple G and Bivol together. Looks
You got a killer.
Not talent. Looks I'm talking about. And you get Valencia.
That's it. But he's never been compared to Triple G and Bivol before.
And he never will again. Trust me. That's it, that's where Jenkins needs to be. Now he's just closed the space just a little too much. Find the range with that jab, Joe, and then let them shots go. Just missed the whiskers there of Valencia with that uppercut. But showing good variety here, Jenkins.
What would you be telling Joe right now if he was in his corner?
Just not to close the gap too much. Don't try too hard. That's better work there from Jenkins. See, when he's got the distance right and the space is right, the timing's there, and he gets off a great combination. Shot selection, his boxing IQ is great. His distance is just a little bit wrong at the moment, that's all. Just trying a little bit too hard.
Do you think the fact they got clipped early in the fight that kind of shook him off a bit?
Nah, nothing to do with that at all. I think it's just the fact that he's trying a little too hard. We know what his talent's like. You see where he was at, and he's seen where people that he's beaten in the past have gone on and what they've gone on to achieve. And so he's thinking, I've got to go out there and impress, let people know who I am.
Definitely.
And that maybe sometimes works against you, but the fourth round was the best round for Joe Jenkins. He found his range, he found his rhythm, landed some good combinations, won every round against a very tough Fernando Valencia, but was trying a little bit too hard in those early rounds, Jenkins, but that's a great learning curve, and I think he's a talent to watch, definitely.
Did you give Valencia any of the rounds?
No, I didn't give Valencia any of the rounds.
I think Joe's got his first shine in his career.
Yeah, welcome to the world of professional boxing, my friend. You're going to get plenty more of those.
Izzy's just having a word with him. Izzy raves about this kid, by the way.
We know he's got the talent, that's the thing. You never saw 10% of it there, trust me. Kid's a lot better than that, but you have to go through those fights. This is all the learning stages. What I saw there, I saw glimpses of brilliance and I saw glimpses of frustration and times where he was closing the gap a little bit too much.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a great
That's all
bout.
fun.
Would you please put your hands together for both boxers? Before we announce the result, that was Fernando Valencia's 50th professional fight. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, thank you. After 4 rounds of action, we go to referee Howard Foster's scorecard. He scores the contest 40 points to 36 in favour of your winner. From Sheffield, Joe Jenkins! Once again, we say a big thank you to our sponsors this evening, Eastwood Autos, Indus Restaurants in Conisbrough, CTP and EMA Developments.
Good. Roger, Roger.
All right, I'm joined with tonight's winner, Sheffield's Joe Jenkins. Joe, good performance there, but first time you got caught, nice little shiner for the first time. How'd that one feel?
Yeah, we hit too good. I'm not planning on getting caught with many more of them, like, but it's boxing, innit? So you're going to get caught, and I took it, so that's all that matters.
Take us through your performance. Obviously, you got the victory against a very tough opponent. 50 fights, that was his 50th fight.
Yeah.
How did you find yourself in there?
It was very tough. It was nothing that I really landed, apart from odd few, like, it didn't shy away, it kept coming back, you know what I mean? So yeah, it made me work, definitely.
4 fights in now. What's your next 12 months looking like for you? How do you want to break it down?
I think I'm going to be doing another 4-rounder, December time maybe, and then after that we're going to step it up to a 6-rounder, and then whatever it is he's got planned for me.
Yeah, Izzy, obviously great support here for Joe, and he showed that he can get through that adversity tonight as well. A really good performance.
Yeah, it was brilliant. Up there with his best performance. Listen, Joe's only a welterweight. He took this fight at 11 stone 4. You know, he didn't back down with any opponents. We had 3 pullouts. Every time we match him, somebody seems to fall out. So credit to him. Tough, durable opponent, and he looked class today. I think Joe's going to go all the way. I always say it, but we want 6-rounders and maybe a title next year. We're not going to take too much time with Joe. We believe he's got the experience. We're going to push him along to 6-rounders and then hopefully get a title shot next year. That's what we want.
You won performance of the night last time, right? So is there another one on the line?
We're going to see. There's a lot of good fights on, but yeah, listen, he's getting greedy now. He's won 2 in a row, so let's see.
I'm going to say 2 in a row, maybe a hat trick,
I'm more than happy. He should be happy. He's going to take a week off. I've got him back out in December, back out in February. Keep him active, and listen, the welterweight division better be ready because Joe Jenkins is going to cause havoc.
Final words to the fans watching here tonight.
I appreciate all my fans that have come out and showed your support. Without you, I wouldn't be able to be here tonight and put on a performance like I have. I appreciate it.
Congratulations, Joe.
Thank you.
And now we come to a lightweight contest scheduled for 6 2-minute rounds. Would you welcome to the ring firstly from Stoke-on-Trent, Becky Firebomb Ferguson. her opponent from Kings Lynn, Norfolk, Super Stevie Levy!
My name's Stevie Levy, I'm 29, I'm a professional boxer from Kings Lynn. I lost both my parents when I was younger. I was brought up by my aunt and uncle. I used to feel sorry for myself, but now I look back and think that's made me who I am. My little boy Morgan inspires me the most. You know, I've got a 7-year-old son, looks up to me every day. He lives and breathes a life with me, and you know, him being at my fight, he's gonna walk out to the ring with me and look up and just be proud of me. And yeah, definitely my little boy inspires me the most out of everyone and everything.
Introducing to you firstly in the blue corner, wearing red trimmed with gold, she weighed in at 9 stone 6 pounds. Her professional record boasts 2 wins from 8 contests, hailing from Stoke-on-Trent, Becky Firebomb Ferguson. And her opponent across the ring in the red corner, wearing red, yellow and blue, she weighed in at 9 stone 4 pounds 2 ounces. From 7 professional contests, her record boasts 6 wins and just 1 defeat. From Kings Lynn, Norfolk, Super Stevie Levy! Your timekeeper of the bell is Chris Hancock of Doncaster. Our referee is Michael Alexander, also of Doncaster. Referee Michael Alexander will now give both boxers final instructions.
Right, you both know the rules, so let's just have a good, clean fight, okay? Most of all, remember to defend yourselves at all times, all right? Just close.
This is a lightweight contest scheduled for 6 2-minute rounds. Round 1.
Women's boxing, as I said, is going from strength to strength, and Stevie Levy is one of those talents. You know, I expect her to go on and do big things, and like you say, I think it's always helpful, you know, when you're as charismatic as she is as well, you know, because that's really important in the world that we live in today. As you know, it's all about being known, social media, etc. And yep, she's got a lot of charisma, this girl.
She's got the main man, Dave Allen, in her corner. I tell you what, this lady in the opposite corner, Becky Ferguson, she caused an upset earlier this year. Hannah Bagley, who was on 1-0 at the time, she beat her on a Pat Barrett show. I was there. She won quite convincingly. She does come to fight, so it should be a decent test for Stevie here.
Yeah, she does. She boxes out of the southpaw stance, which can be difficult as well. Levy starting this one pretty well. Starting nice and confidently anyway, but yeah, this looks like it could be an interesting contest, this one.
Stevie ring walked with her son. She takes him everywhere. I think I got to interview her early in the year with her son. It was the first time he was on camera, and today he's walked her to the ring.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
Ideas, right? Becky's not a mug. She definitely knows what's coming.
Yep, she certainly does, and that's the key shot though for a southpaw, is that straight right hand through the middle. Levy just fell short with that one. Should have come back with the left hook after that. That would have given her a balance back and also give her a good opportunity there. But boxing well, both of these girls here. Levy just falling short at the moment with that right hand. She's not quite found the range. She needs to move her feet into range first before she throws the shots. That's what I said. Sometimes boxing a southpaw can be difficult, and Becky Ferguson is one of those awkward types. She's quite straight backed and quite difficult to hit. So yeah, interesting first round, that one. Maybe one you lean towards. Levy just on work rate.
She landed a couple of decent right hands early on as well.
Yeah, she landed a couple of decent right hands early, but Ferguson showed that she's certainly in this contest. She's not just come for a payday here, she's come to win this one as well. This one could be an interesting one as it unfolds.
Spence, have you seen much of Dave as a coach before?
Yeah, no, I know Dave quite well actually. He used to be trained by a good mate of mine, also looked after by a good mate of mine, Darren Barker. So yeah, Darren trained him for a while, so I know Dave very well. Great boxing IQ, good boxer Dave as well.
10 seconds,
I'm just pleased he's passing on that knowledge. That can only be good for someone like Stevie Levy. Yeah. So yeah, I like Dave Allen a lot.
Seconds out.
We might see him in the ring soon. I think he said recently that he's been offered a fight against the Russian who's 15-0 from Canada.
Well, he does mad things like that, Dave. Dave Allen's one of those mad, unpredictable type of guys that you never quite know what he's going to do. He's retired, then he gets offered a fight against an unbelievable prospect. He may come out, get himself in condition. I'd say he's a good fighter, Dave Allen.
Definitely.
A really good fighter, but he's got great boxing knowledge, and I think he'll be a great trainer.
You know what I like about him, he's calm as well in the corner. Oh, good work from here. You know what I like about Stevie, she's willing to trade and she's willing to box. She can do it both.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. She's just trying to figure things out here, Levy. Ferguson's making things quite difficult for her. She's keeping it, she's like I say, she's straight backed and she boxes out of that southpaw stance. That was better from Levy. Just found the right range with that right hand, shuffled her feet into range and landed that shot. That's much better.
We'll see a lot of fans tuning in. I think from Norfolk, I think where she's from. Kings Lynn, Norfolk, yeah. Long way away from me, a bit closer to you.
Absolutely, yeah, much closer to me. It's not close, but it's closer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you, you've got to respect her fans who are travelling up consistently. This is what a third fight, I think, up these ends, and everyone's turning up.
Yeah, it's great, you know, it's nice that, you know, that shows how popular she is, though. Like I said, she is very charismatic, so, you know, it's nice that her fans do travel. Good work again here from Levy. She's landed that right hand a couple of times. She's starting to find that range. Ferguson not doing enough behind that jab. She needs to pop the jab out, and she needs to let shots go herself because she's just allowing Levy to run away with this on work rate at the moment. Good right hand again there from Levy as the 10-second clacker goes. Yep, another good round there for Stevie Levy. She's taking the first two on my card.
Definitely.
Becky Ferguson has made things quite awkward. She's throwing that jab, but she's falling short with her left cross of her own. And Levy just started to slip into that one a little bit more, shuffled her feet into range a little bit more, throwing that right hand. And she did start coming back with that left hook as well.
You know, when Stevie gets a fight that she's looking for, like a title fight or a 50-50 fight, who would you like to see it in with? Because weight-wise, it's still a bit unknown what's going to be the right weight for her. Ellie Scotland is technically the #1 at her weight. Ellie's fighting, I think, tomorrow.
Yeah, you got Amy Timlin as well. Corners. She's in there, you know. That's maybe
that's a good fight.
That's a good fight for her, you know.
Amy hasn't fought since she lost her own thing.
No, that's right. They're the sort of fights that maybe she needs to be looking at the moment, you know. Lisa Whiteside as well.
Shannon Courtney against Stevie Levy. I'd like to watch that.
Well, yeah, I think that Levy maybe needs a little bit more experience before stepping up there. Courtney maybe a little bit too experienced for her, but a fight definitely down the line. Better work again there from Levy. Yeah, I like what I see here actually. She's sort of trying to create the openings. She's, you know, she's not just rushing in, being stupid, you know, she's trying to set the traps. She's looking for those openings. She's doing the little feints to the body. She's showing good, she's got good boxing ability.
Oh, that was a brilliant left hook, that. A really good left hook.
Yeah, lovely shot, and again getting through with the right hand, just starting to close that gap more and more now as these rounds are going on.
Spencer, who is your favourite female fighter on the planet at the moment?
Well, do you know what? That's a great question actually, because I've got to go Katie Taylor, because for me, Katie Taylor's the pioneer of women's boxing, and I just think, you know, what she's achieved is incredible. And I think she put women's boxing to the forefront, if I'm totally honest. Clarissa Shields is a class act. No two ways about that. How impressed was I last couple of weeks ago, sitting there at ringside and watching that girl, and you just appreciated how good she was technically, on the ropes, slipping and sliding, not panicking. The shot selection was incredible. So Clarissa Shields, for them reasons, just because I'm as a fan and you're watching it, as a boxing purist, I'm just going, that is absolutely superb what she's doing there. And Katie Taylor's for sheer excitement. Girl brings it. And her and Amanda Serrano was one of the best fights I've seen at Madison Square Garden. It was incredible.
Were you there for that?
No, I wasn't there for it, but
I was
glued.
And it was amazing. Probably one of the best atmospheres I've ever experienced.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's incredible. To Katie Taylor's like my favourite woman boxer to watch, and just because of what she does, and she's so lovely, quiet. But Clarissa Shields, man, what that girl does is quite spectacular. And these girls here, you know, like this is, you know, these girls they're the foundations of women's boxing. They're the ones that are coming through, you know, looking to fly that flag as well. I just think that women's boxing at the moment is doing so well. Stevie Levy's putting in a brilliant little performance here as well.
Another round for Stevie, just that work. And to look at that Dave's instructions, he looks like he's telling them to double up on the body and then finish with the left hook.
He's being creative, that's what he's doing. He's not just going, you get some calling him in at the beginning, that's it, keep pushing forward, keep working, let your hands go. Well, what does that mean? You know what I mean? Tell me something, you know, tell me what to do. That's what Dave's being very technical there. He's saying,
round 4.
What I'm reading here is he's saying, throw that double jab, let her come in, step back, then go with your shots. You know, so feed her the jab, let her think you're there, then when she throws her shots, come in.
And to be fair to her, she's literally done just as he just said.
Absolutely.
Which is a sign of a good trainer-fighter relationship.
Yeah, definitely.
She trusts him and she's listening to him. Good work. She brings it every time. That's what I like about Stevie. She brings it every time.
Yeah, she does. She does. This is impressive stuff from both girls here. They're putting on a good contest.
Becky just reminds me of like a well-experienced journeyman, even though she's only had 8 fights. It's like if she thinks she can win, she'll put it on her, but if she knows he ain't going to go away, she knows how to survive.
Yeah, she's a tough girl, but she's got boxing skills as well. She's got boxing ability. She really has, you know. She's falling a little bit short with that left hand, but the girl can fight. She's got ability, but Levy's looks like she's just got a little bit more ambition, a little bit more fire about her, you know.
Definitely. They fly by, don't they? These 2-minute rounds of fly by. Before you know it, the fight's done.
Yeah, well, that's the argument, isn't it? You know, we were having a big debate about that all the time.
It's getting so boring as well, isn't it? Because it's like, it's never going to change, so it's almost like a pointless debate, isn't it?
No, but listen, because the girls know it's a 2-minute round, they go out faster anyway. So, you know, it's horses for courses, because the rounds may not be as exciting if it's over threes. So, I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think these women's fights are brilliant. So let's just enjoy it for that, you know. What do you want? What do you want to see? Because I've got to tell you, the last minute of a 3-minute round is...
The pace slows down, doesn't it?
No, but it's not that. You know what? It's how hard it is.
Yeah,
you know how difficult it is. And that's where a lot of damage is done, you know, in those last minutes of the rounds. You know, like, I mean, a lot of markings up, a lot of knockings out, and everything else. I think the girls, as a spectacle, it's fantastic what we see at the moment. So, you know what I mean? I'm not particularly into wanting to see girls getting knocked spark out. I'm appreciating what they're doing right now. You know, I do appreciate that. So I'm happy with it the way that it is.
tell you, we was talking about favourite female fighters. Savannah Marshall is my favourite, despite her loss the other week. I just love where she's come from, her boxing style, just how she is as a person. And I just feel like maybe she got the tactics wrong against Clarissa.
I agree.
Maybe she should have just boxed her, kept it long, used her reach, and she kind of fought Clarissa's fight.
I agree. Do you know what? I love Savannah as well, to be fair. I like her as a person. You know, again, I've watched her grow as a fighter, not just as a fighter, but as a person.
There's people tuning in. There's 4 more fights to come. We've got Declan
10
Cairns.
seconds, corners.
We've got Noman Hussein, who apparently is a very hot prospect, making his debut. Recently signed with GBM Sports.
Seconds out.
Joe Hayden
Round
and
5.
Josh Padley in the main event. Round 5, here we go. Guys, if you are tuning into Boxing King Media for the first time, make sure you do subscribe and follow us. We've got loads of live boxing action coming your way, as well as interviews with everyone from the boxing world on a daily, weekly basis.
Well, Stevie Levy in this contest, if you've just joined us, has won every round on my card so far. She's just been doing the better work, but that's taking nothing away from Becky Ferguson, who's been making a good fight of this one. It's been an entertaining contest, but Levy is the one with just a little bit more fire in her, and
really
she's landing some good shots, and this is a good combination now. Yep, Levy got through, started getting through the guard here. She's gone up a gear, and it's working for her. It really is. She's switching the attacks to the body, then going over the top to the head, and she's had the most success she's had in this contest so far here at the beginning of this 5th round.
She's given her travelling fans the money's worth at the minute, Stevie. Brilliant. Now that Becky's got a bit tired, she's easier to tag now. It's not easy for her just to move off. Before she was just using her feet to take that half a step back. She's lagging a bit. Another
big left hook again there, and Levy now really starting to fancy this. She's pushing forward. She's found the range. She's landing some solid shots, and Ferguson starting to feel the pace here herself now. Those shots have definitely taken something out of her. The arms are just starting to drop. She's starting to look a little more tired now, and you sense that Levy senses that.
I'll tell you what I'm liking about this is Stevie's doing exactly what Dave told her to do. Starting on the body, and then she's finishing up top with the hooks. And it's working for her.
Yep, she's going to be a tough one to beat, Levy, I'll tell you that.
Another good right hook.
2 big right hands just on the bell there, and another big round from Stevie Levy. Actually, it's probably the biggest round of the fight so far. She really found her distance in that round, worked well to the body, switchy attacks over the top. The right hand especially was effective, and a dominant round there from Levy. And first time in this contest, Ferguson has started to look a little ragged, started to look like she was feeling the pace. She's going to need to bite down on her gum shield here in this 6th and final round.
I'll tell you what, Spence Barter here. He's obviously got a lot of guests ringside. He's the promoter. He's got one of his new signings, a kid called Mohammed Iron Adam. I'll just show you some footage of him. He had his last amateur fight last week.
10 seconds, corners.
This kid here in the red and white, what do you think? Big Mike Tyson fan.
Yeah,
Seconds out for your 6th and final round.
Very heavy-handed.
18 stoppages in 14 amateur fights.
Yeah, I've seen him. Little Mike Tyson.
Yeah, looking forward to watching his debut. I'll tell you what, featherweight is going to be exciting to watch, and he's got a good dress sense.
So let's get back to this one. 6th and final round, Stevie Levy versus Becky Ferguson. Levy winning the first 5 rounds on my scorecard. It doesn't really reflect how good Ferguson's been as well, boxing out the southpaw style. She's had her successes through this contest as well, but just falling a little bit short with that left hand, and Levy has been making her pay. Dave Allen in the corner has come up with a good game plan tonight, because you see Levy taking on the instructions, and as these rounds have gone on, she's got better and better.
Well, we're going to see more of Davey. He's got another fighter coming on, Joe Hayden, who's a big ticket seller, local fighter. Another brilliant right. I'll tell you what, the referee could be looking at this. I don't know if he's thinking about it. What do you think? It's a bit different with female fights, because you know it might look dramatic, but really is there a lot behind the shots?
Well, yeah, there is a lot behind the shots. Trust me, Levy's really putting some weight into these punches. They're only small gloves. And Ferguson's definitely feeling the weight of these punches. Good left hook again there from Levy. Ferguson's tough customer though. She's bit down on her gum shield and she's definitely going to get through this one. Big right hands again there from Levy. Ferguson, to her credit, taking them, coming back with shots of her own. Entertaining contest this one. Both girls fighting right to the final bell.
And I keep repeating myself, mate. Great matchmaking again. What a right hook. Brilliant.
Yeah, credit where credit's due. These girls have put on another barnstormer there. Stevie Levy winning every round on my scorecard. But credit where credit's due. Full respect to Becky Ferguson. She really give it a go. Entertaining. Some of those rounds were close.
I tell you, that's the best I've seen Stevie.
Oh, she was incredible.
Yeah, I think that's the second fight since they lost in Spain. And you can see the work she's done with Dave. So it's all starting to pay off.
Yeah, I thought that was a great performance. She showed that she's gone back to the drawing board, put in the hard graft, and that's what happens.
And if you haven't seen a Stevie Levy interview before, I suggest you stay tuned because she talks like she fights.
Listen, this is the only game you only get out what you put in, you know, and that's the bottom line of it, you know. And if you're willing to, if you lose and you're willing to learn, accept the criticism, go away, back to the drawing board, work on what you need to work on. You're going to improve and you'll become a champion, you know.
100%.
You have to be passionate. Passion carries you a long way as well.
Dave's happy by the looks of it. I was saying he's been offered, we'll talk about it later.
First of all, could you please show your appreciation for both boxers? After 6 rounds of action, we go to referee Michael Alexander's scorecard. He scores the contest 59 points to 56 in favour of your winner. From Kings Lynn, Norfolk, Super Stevie Levy! Don't forget, for all the latest boxing news, interviews and show information, follow GBM Sports on Twitter and Instagram at GBM_sports and on Facebook and YouTube, GBM Sports.
Fine. Are you doing ringside photography? Are you doing ringside photography?
Yeah. It's not the joke, it's what I'm trying to get into. I'm still waiting full time, I've got to wait, you see, so I'm slightly late.
Nah, that's good though, man. Good stuff.
I'm doing 9 years now, so I mean, it's about time I start training for them.
More. Definitely. Let's get this interview in, yeah?
It's all right, listen, it's all right. It's an idiot. That's the thing, I have to do it right. Great show. Tell me about it. I'm Zorro. He's a fucking bandit, man. Featherweight.
Oh yeah, from Birmingham. Is he good? Well done, Stevie. Struggled last time, didn't you? Good? That was really good.
Yeah, I know, I saw that because it took me about 2 or 3 rounds to get into it. When you got into it, it was really good. Really good. Like you found your range.
Okay, I'm joined by tonight's winner, Stevie Levy. Stevie, very hard-fought victory there, tough opponent as well. Take us through what you went through in the ring.
Yeah, she's mega tough. I've heard she was really tough. Obviously, I'm not afraid to admit that I've been shit scared of southpaws the last 12 years. I've always said it, but I'm glad I faced the fear. It was different, like he said, it took me a couple of rounds to settle in and get my range, but then I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed it, and she was a good, tough opponent. Obviously, everyone wants a stoppage, but I also enjoy the rounds, so I'm not complaining. We had 6 good good rounds in there, and I can tell we both enjoyed it. It was fucking good. I got a jaw ache. I love that.
seventh victory here tonight. What did you learn from a southpaw? Because obviously, like you said, it's not your most comfortable type of opponent to face.
Do you know what's really funny is I've been working so hard on my lazy jab, but now I feel like it was good to have a lazy one because that sets up your backhand, doesn't it? So I'm like, fucking hell, man, going back to front. But no, I'm glad I've got that in my itinerary. Like, if it comes to fighting a southpaw or a championship fight, I can think, yes, I've ticked that off my box. I can do it. Do you know what I mean? So I'm really happy.
You've been obviously active, and we've got a few more months left of the year. What's your sort of plan in the next few months? Do you want to take a break, or do you want to get into more fights and maybe even go for titles?
Yeah, I mean, we've already had a couple of different things floated about for the end of the year, but the next thing I'm doing is I'm taking my little boy away for a week. Me and him, we just need a break together, just me and him, like no stress, no dieting, no training. Because, you know, he lives this life, we like to keep saying in interviews, he travels the country with me in and out of gyms, and can't have this, can't do that, Morgan, sorry mummy, we've got, babe, we've got training, whatever, so have a little break with him, have a reset, get back, get straight in the gym, and straight on the diet, because we're going to be getting down to bantam super.
And next up we have a super welterweight contest scheduled for
I think fighting how I fight in the lower categories, that's where I'm going to get my stoppages, I think, not against these people who have been fighting at welterweight, because I can get the weight down. Not enjoyably, but
And now it's time for the Works Up Massive to make some noise for Declan Cairns!
Deck Cairns from Works Up, 6-0, and I'm a super welterweight. I first got into boxing when I was about 11, 12. My dad got me into it. I used to play football, but I weren't very good at that, so I got pushed to boxing route. 9 years ago, I lost my mum, and my life changed. And I'm here today. I'm making her proud, and I'm doing what she wanted me to do. To everyone that's come out to see me tonight and spent their hard-earned money, I thank them. It means everything to me, and I can't wait to put a show on for you.
Introducing to you firstly in the blue corner in black and grey trunks. He went in at 10 stone, 11 pounds exactly. Boxing this evening is 94th professional contest from Brierley Hill, West Midlands, MJ Hall. And his opponent across the ring in the red corner, wearing white shorts trimmed with silver. He tipped the scales at 10 stone, 12 pounds. He brings to the ring a perfect professional record of 6 wins from 6 contests. 1 win coming by way of knockout from Works Up, Declan Cairns. Your timekeeper at the bell is Peter Humphrey of Doncaster. Your referee, who will give both boxers final instructions, is Howard Foster.
Okay, fellas, both know the rules. Keep it clean, break straight away when told. Heads in close, good luck to you both.
This is a super welterweight bout scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds.
We've got Declan Cairns versus MJ Hall, one of the most
Seconds out.
experienced
Round
journeymen
one.
in the country. I think 94th fight, they've said it. It's his 94th fight. Spence, MJ Hall, 94th fight, I think they said here. It's his 94th fight.
Yep, this guy has gum shield, will travel, my friend. He's one of those guys, you know.
I tell you what, he's probably one of the richest men in boxing as well.
Yeah,
looking
these
at
guys that fight as often as he does earn good money.
This is his 18th fight for MJ Hall this year.
Yeah, it's incredible. You think he's picking up some good paydays, but you know he's got to earn that money. It's not easy in there against these prospects.
It's not, and only been stopped 6 times in 93 contests. Declan Cairns, is his 7th fight. Not seen much of him. Local lad, well I say local, just down the road, workshop.
Yeah, he's brought a good crowd with him here today,
sure
Cairns.
Funnily enough, Cairns fought Fernando Valencia, our mate, the Bivol Triple G split in his last fight.
Yeah, that's Bivol Triple G. You know what? That is a great likeness. Anybody that saw that fight, think about it. Have a look at it, and I'm sure you'll come up with the same as us. Anyway, back to this one. Declan Cairns against MJ Hall. Hall's been around a long time, knows how to survive, knows how to make things tricky for people. Cairns got good support in here tonight. He'll be looking to impress.
What's it like fighting somebody like MJ Hall? He knows every trick in the book to survive.
Well, he does, and that's sort of like I think the thing is about boxing, Hall, is not whether you're going to win or not. It's about whether you can stop him or not, because I think that's what these prospects try and do. Because if they can achieve to stop him, which has only been done, I think 6 times before in his career. So if you get that stoppage win, you know you're doing something a little bit better than that others are doing. You know.
Definitely. He does seem to get hit a lot more in his most recent fights, I must say. But from speaking to Errol Johnson, who manages him and trains him, this guy is in the gym twice a day, every day of the week, and he works full time. So he's a full-on athlete. He's super fit. Errol told me once, if you asked him to fight a 12 rounder, he'll take it. He could do 12 rounds.
Sure.
He's super fit.
Well, that's why he does as well as he does, survives the way that he survives. But this is a good dominant round by Declan Cairns. You know, he controlled that round.
It was like a feel-out round, just wanted to see what he's got in there.
Yeah, but he controlled it though. It was a feel-out round, but he still have to win the round. And he done that. You know, he had MJ Hall on the back foot for all of the round, but he was controlling the space, working well behind the jab, just looking for openings, trying to create openings. And we've got to remember, still another few rounds to go, so expect him to pick it up as these rounds go on.
I just wanted to ask you, Spence, what advice did you give to Stevie Levy? I saw you having a long conversation with her.
She said she's never boxed a southpaw before, so I said it's like boxing someone back to front, which it is. She said, yeah, I was throwing my right hand, but I was all out of distance. I said, yeah, because you have to lead off with a southpaw with a right hand, but come back with your left hook. But what you was doing, Stevie, in the early rounds, was you was throwing the right hand, but not moving your feet in range first. And she said, I recognised that after 2 or 3 rounds. When I started moving my feet, I was thinking, hey, I'm starting to find the target here. Yeah. And then she was following up with the left hook and thought, why not throw another right hand? So that's pretty much what the conversation was about, how different it is fighting a southpaw to an orthodox.
Well, here we've got a southpaw versus southpaw.
Yep, which sometimes can be a messy spectacle.
Yeah. You seen much of Bobby Cairns before?
No, I've not. I'm not going to lie.
To be fair, sometimes it's good to watch somebody like a blank canvas, so
yeah,
your opinion of him is going to be straight at the end of the fight. Just saying, the last time MJ got stopped was by Sean Noakes, brother of one of my favourite fighters, Sam Noakes.
Yeah, Sam's very heavy-handed.
Yeah. I think he's got the longest KO streak in British boxing. I think 9 or is it 10 in a row? I can't remember. One of the two.
I think it's more than that actually. Yeah. Is it 11 or 12 in a row?
I think it's 10. He's stopped every single opponent. fighting against soon, I think, on the 11th of November. What do you think?
12th of November.
Is it 12?
12th of November up in Manchester on the card of who's on there. Tasha Jonas is on the bill, and and a couple of others. Yeah.
No, you got it right. He's a Frank Warren fighter.
Yeah, I know, but he's on that bill.
Is he?
Yeah. Noakes is fighting. Sam Noakes is fighting for the British title on that bill.
Okay. What do you think Declan needs to do here? Tricky opponent. He knows it's highly unlikely it's going to stop him. So what would you try and do? What would you try things out? Would you try and work on certain combinations, or what would you do in his position right now?
Yeah, he just needs to set the traps, try and create the openings. I got that right about the 12th, actually. Just going back to that.
You're definitely wrong.
No,
I just don't want to correct you. You're definitely wrong.
I think you might be right with that one, actually. But no, there is. Oh no, he's a matchroom fighter who I'm thinking of.
All right, okay.
There's fighting on a boxer bill on the 12th.
Okay.
It's not Stevie Noakes. Or Sam Noakes, sorry.
Yeah, Sam is actually where both from. He's fighting on the 26th of November at the O2.
You're right.
He's fighting with the Zach Parker, John Ryder undercard.
You're right.
Yeah, tricky fight, this one.
Yeah, it is.
Because, you saying set the traps, but MJ is one of these guys. I don't think he falls for traps.
No, he doesn't. He's a tough guy, It's
he'd rather not get hit.
But what Kearns is doing here is he's allowing Hall to lead off with the shots first, which is the wrong thing to do.
Guys, in the comments, if you want to tell us where you're watching from tonight, we live streamed an amateur show last week. We had people watching from all over the world. We had people watching from Zimbabwe, which is random. Quite a few viewers from the US, which is good to see as well. Boxing fans in the US.
Boxing's, it's a big thing at the moment, and people appreciate these small shows for that reason, because you're getting value for money. You get value for money. You get 50-50 fights. Everyone gives it a go, and this is brilliant tonight.
Definitely. Do you know much of Errol Johnson? Been in the game a long time. He never does interviews. He don't speak to anyone.
I know Errol very, very well. Been around. You got to remember, I've been in this game a long time as well. We're starting to become fossils, mate. Dinosaurs.
Errol is definitely a dinosaur.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he refuses to do interviews. Try to get him because he must have some stories.
Corners, 10 seconds.
I'm sure somebody told me he manages more fighters than anyone in the country.
Yeah, I believe that.
Seconds out, round 3.
He actually fought Rob McCracken in the amateurs. Rob told me a story. I'm pretty sure. I think he broke Rob's nose or Rob broke his nose, one of the two.
Right.
Tricky fight for Declan Cairns. I think we've got somebody behind us. One of his fans is shouting, "Don't wait!" It's probably right instructions.
Yeah, no, it is the right instructions. Cairns is waiting. He's not getting off with a jab first. And MJ Hall is that type of fighter. If you give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
Well, that last round, I gave it to MJ Hall that last round.
He's growing in confidence.
Yeah. So we've got one apiece.
That's it. That's where Cairns needs to lead off for the shots. He can't be waiting to get off with these punches. That's better from him, but single shots is not enough. He needs to put the shots together. He's there anyway. He's landed a shot, then come with another couple.
Does it ever get to a point in the ring where, obviously, in Declan's position right now, he's struggling to find his range, struggling to land a clean shot? Do you get to the point where you think, shit, I'm not going to be able to do anything here? Just what do you do?
No, you got to just work it out. That's what I'm saying. It's like, boxing's like a game of chess, mate. Like
how do you reset yourself? How does he reset?
Well, you have to reset yourself, because if it's not working, you got to work out why it's not working and do something else. That's what I say when I'm talking about setting traps and stuff. That is like looking for openings. Jab downstairs, see what they do, see what their reaction is. Sometimes when you jab a boxer, they might pull their left hand down or they pull their right hand down. So then you feint the jab and whip the hook over the top. Or you feint the jab, whip the right hand over the top, whatever hand he's not bringing down. That's called setting traps.
Well, at the minute he's getting backed up by MJ Hall, and
MJ Hall's growing in confidence here. He's fancying this.
He's almost bullying him, isn't he?
He is. I've got to tell you, Kearns is in trouble here because he's not having it his own way, and he's looking uncomfortable in there.
Definitely not. In the words of Castillo from ID Boxing, it's not looking good, bruv.
Is that you? That's your little go at Cockney there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I like that.
Yeah, shout out to the guys at ID Boxing. Rob Tedder and the gang.
Yep, MJ Hall's definitely growing in confidence here, and you're right in what you say here. He's starting to bully Declan Kearns. He's pushing him back. Kearns is looking uncomfortable. He's throwing single shots.
So, something don't look right with him. I don't know.
No, I agree.
It's something. Look, he's turning his head away. He's like he's disinterested, and he'll probably watch this back and he'll probably listen to it. And I'm hoping he learns from it, pulls the win out tonight.
Referee Howard Foster's just having a word with both of them.
He's potentially losing this round as well.
Yeah, but he's just not doing anything. That's the thing here. I think that you've got to give it to MJ Hall just on work rate, you know.
Oh, he's took a good backhand there.
Yeah.
See what his corner says to him. His corner's not happy.
I've got to tell you, mate. He's he's letting these.
Do you know his corner
rounds
team? Do you know his corner team?
No, I don't. But he's letting his rounds slip away from him. I tell you.
I've got it 2-1 to MJ Hall.
Yep, I'm with you on that. I think that's fair enough. A couple of rounds have been close, but MJ Hall may be just winning it on work rate. Well, here we go, fourth and final round coming up here, and I've got to tell you, Declan Kearns needs to do something here because he's in danger
losing his own.
Of losing this contest. We've got it here at ringside,
Corners, 10
2 rounds to
seconds.
1 in Hall's favour. Not because Hall's the better fighter, but because he's trying
Seconds
harder and
out,
landing more shots.
Something does not look right with him. I know the fighters made weight on today. Can that sometimes make a difference? Because normally,
listen, if you asked me to make weight on the day, mate, I wouldn't have been boxing at the weight I was boxing at. Because
I think everyone fought
you need
at high weight.
you need that rehydration, you know. Weighing in on the day is not good. That's nice. Good stiff jab there, and he needed that there, and now he just needs to follow up on that. Kearns, you know, one jab, not enough. Let's go again, double up on the jab. When you find the range with a jab, come with the right hand.
Definitely. I've got him fighting for the draw here.
Yep, you could well be right here.
Errol, they don't normally see Errol doing it. Errol's urging him on.
Yeah, he's giving it a go here. MJ Hall, he really is, and he could be looking at one of those rare victories. Good right hand, left hand. There again from Hall.
Just the fact they look so off, could it be making weight on the day?
Could be a number of things, but yeah, it's very, it's a strange, lethargic performance. Let's just put it that way from Declan Kearns.
It's like you don't want to be in there.
And there's no sense of urgency either, is there, in this fourth round? He's just holding his ground, and he looks like he can't wait for the bell to come himself because he's not doing anything, which is really surprising in there. It's a very strange performance.
MJ is fighting like he's the 6-0 prospect.
MJ's fighting like he's going to get a rare victory because I think he is. He's the one that fancies this. He actually, at the moment, he's the one that deserves it because, unfortunately, I'm not sure what Declan Kearns is doing, but it's a very strange performance.
What do you think his corners needs to do? Because I can't see a lot of instructions being thrown across. What do they need to do?
Well, they need to tell him to start throwing some punches. That would help, if I'm going to be totally honest. He's lying on the ropes and he's doing absolutely nothing. He's lying on the ropes and putting his head on Hall's shoulders, and that ain't going to win you rounds. Hall has fancied this now. He's coming forward, and I'll tell you what, he's doing better in this last round as well. Hall's going to run away a winner here.
Just we've got people watching from Hereford. We've got somebody watching from Johannesburg in South Africa. We've got Debbie watching in Aberdeen. Shout out, Debbie. Spence, somebody's corrected you. I think you were talking about Dalton Smith, wasn't you?
Dalton Smith, thank you so much, that person that corrected me. But yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. similar actually. Dalton's very heavy-handed as well. But yeah,
MJ's
that was the
landed some
matchroom
heavy
fight that I was talking about. It
Yeah.
was boxing on the boxer bill.
MJ's landed a couple of big right hooks.
He is, mate.
I think he's about to lose his out here, mate. Somebody like Nicholas Payne watching from Australia. Change commentary.
Yep.
I'll tell you what.
Hall's going for it here, mate. He's got this one.
Tell you what.
He's got the victory.
And I'll be very disappointed if MJ Hall does not get the nod here, because he's deserved that.
Hall's done enough in that fight, trust me.
See smile in Errol's face. Somebody from Watford. Somebody Newcastle up on time. Thank you for watching, guys. Somebody from Wales. I'm not even going to attempt to say that. A Wooden the Saxon watching from Wales, I'm assuming that is. Can you read that, Spence?
Listen, mate, if you know me, I struggle to pronounce normal names. I'm always getting names wrong. I think people have just accepted that with me now. Names is not my strong point, mate. So can I read that answer? Plain and simple, no. Sorry about that, bud.
What's everyone thinking in the comments? Have they got Hull winning this? Hull won that for sure. Yeah, we've scored it 3-1.
Hall's definitely won that fight.
Yeah, be interesting.
What a great contest, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for both boxers. After 4 rounds of action, we go to referee Howard Foster's scorecard, and it couldn't be tighter. He scores the bout 39 points to 38 points in favour of your winner from Brierley Hill, West Midlands.
Well done, MJ Hall.
MJ
Well
Hall.
done. Smile on Errol's face. Well deserved, well deserved.
Yeah.
He's a great bloke as well, MJ.
Well, it was a good performance, to be fair. He just tried a lot harder. I'm not sure. Very strange, lethargic performance there from Declan.
But let's hear it for
not sure what was going on
Declan.
there.
We'll try and speak to Declan and see what was up with him.
A big thank you once again to our sponsors this evening, Eastwood Autos, Indus Restaurant Conisbrough, CTP and EMA Developments. All right, I'm joined with Declan Keynes right now, straight after his fight. Commiserations on the loss there. It was a very close fight. Take us through your reaction.
Yeah, I started off well. We were just there, we were just on top of me. I couldn't get my work off. I was getting told off for holding him and that. Felt like he was there on me. I was moving that way, but it is what it is. First loss. Back in gym and back to it.
I know it's straight away and you need time to think about it, but immediately after, do you think you could have done anything different?
Yeah, I should have been a bit busier, but I was just struggling to turn him, struggling to get away from him to pull anything off, so it is what it is, mate.
Obviously still early in your career, it's your first defeat. I'm sure you can learn from it, and you must be excited to come back into the ring and show what you're worth.
Yeah, 100%, mate, yeah. I'll be back bigger and better, so.
You obviously had a lot of support here tonight, screaming your name. Any final words to them?
I just want to thank everyone for coming. Sorry for letting you down. It is what it is, and I'll be back.
Thank you very much. the Battalion Stallion, Ricky Starkey. And his opponents from the Steel City of Sheffield, Noman Hussain.
My name's Noman Hussain, 23, featherweight, and I'm from Sheffield.
His assets are his speed and his movement, and his determination as well. He can go as far as he wants.
Noman Hussain is someone I've had my eyes on for a long time. I've seen him win the national titles, represent England, represent Great Britain, someone who I highly rate as a great talent and potential to go all the way to the top.
Yeah, I can't wait to show this Sheffield crowd what I'm about. It's been a long time coming, but it's time to go on round and buzz it.
What you need, what you feel, why don't you tell me?
Introducing to you firstly in the blue corner, wearing black shorts trimmed with silver, red and green. He weighed in at 9 stone, 1 pound 13 ounces. Boxing this evening in his 30th professional contest from Liverpool, the Battalion Stallion, Ricky Starkey. And his opponent across the ring in the red corner, wearing white shorts trimmed with silver, he tipped the scales at 9 stone, 3 pounds, 6 ounces. As an amateur, he was a national champion who went on to box for England. Tonight he makes his professional debut from Sheffield, Noman Hussain. Your timekeeper is Chris Hancock of Doncaster. Your referee, who'll give both boxers final instructions, is Michael Alexander.
Right, lads, you both know the rules, so let's just have a good, clean fight, okay? Most of all, remember to defend yourselves at all times, all right? Touch gloves.
This is a super featherweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds.
Interview, I'm sure he'll kick himself when he looks back at that one. There was no sense of urgency, he brought a good crowd with him, and he just didn't seem to get into it tonight. So yeah,
round 1.
Very strange, but back to this one.
Looking forward to this. Noman Hussain, who I mentioned earlier, Izzy Asif is talking highly of this kid. Supposed to be a flashy kid, educated as well. Eats a jab straight away, that'll wake him up.
Yep, started landing a good right hand of his own there though. Hussain, who looks tall, wiry, got that long reach as well.
Big for super featherweight.
He is. Holds the ground well. Controls the distance quite well as well. Starkey's a tough kid. Comes to fight.
Early spot from me. I don't even think he needs to move his head a bit. He's kind of walking down in straight lines a bit, don't you think?
Who are we talking about?
No man Hussein?
Yeah, Hussein, yeah, but he's just trying to find his range at the moment in there, Hussein. Look, he uses his feet well. See that as Starkey comes in, he just takes his feet out of distance, so he's controlling the distance very well. And when you control the distance of a fight, that makes your opponent work really hard. When your opponent works hard, obviously gets tired. So this is good ring control here, good ring control from Hussein.
A very good opponent. Ricky Starkey always brings it as well.
Yeah, Starkey's tough. We know that. We know you know what you're going to get. It is what it says on the tin with Starkey. He's one of those kids that comes to fight. Don't know if there's a little clash of heads there or something. Yeah. Hussein just seemed to be dabbing away at his eye there. I don't know if there's been any damage.
It's one of the disadvantages of being maybe too tall for the weight that you're fighting at, because everyone you're going to fight, you're going to be punching down. The right uppercuts there. But yeah, a very good amateur. Won the Nationals a few years back and then took time out, studied, got himself a degree. He's got a very good job, and now he wants to box. Local lad from Sheffield as well.
Well, he's got good support in here tonight as well.
I think over 250 tickets, I believe, he sold.
Good right hand there, just slammed into the side of the head of Richard Starkey. Yeah, this is a good, positive start, confident start from Hussein. Just holding centre of the ring, maybe closing the gap just a little bit too much at the moment, struggling a little bit with his distance, but that will come as this round wears on.
Got quick hands. I just want to see him use his jab a bit more. He's got the reach advantage, but he's just not using it enough at the minute. Just touch him. And his corner's just said relax. Perfect advice. Somebody's shouting at the backhand going. He needs to get his jabbing right first, guys. Good job, there you go.
Yep, just needs to double up on that now. Be careful with that right hand from Starkey. He's dangerous. Comes back with a good right hand of his own. Yeah, switch the attacks well to the body as well.
Just got to be careful, don't walk onto a shot as well. That's what I'm thinking. The Starkey's one of these, he'll try and walk you onto one as well.
Yeah, Starkey's dangerous. We've seen him in a couple of occasions before, and he tries to bring the opponent on and then whips that right hand over the top. Hussein was controlling this space well there. A couple of times he got a little bit too close, but you can forgive him for that. First round just warming up, warming into it, but overall, good start there from Hussein. Looked dangerous at times, landed some good shots with that right hand, did look dangerous to the body as well.
Definitely. Spencer got a question from the fans watching. Who did Spence look up to, and did you ever spar Prince Nassim?
Well, great story of me and Nassim. We used to box on the England courses. We boxed for England against America and England against Ireland and a few other countries as well as kids. And me and Naz, he was always 51 kilos, I was 54, so we used to always room together and spar together.
Never knew that.
I sparred many rounds with Nizim Ahmed right up until when we turned professional.
I'll definitely get some stories off you next time we speak on an interview.
Listen, ask Naz.
Yeah, ask Naz.
That's a good, let's say we had some entertaining spars.
I know his boys really well, so I'll...
Lovely guys as well.
Really nice
actually, these boys were there when we was out in Dubai, Saudi recently. And I was out there with his boys and Naz was telling his boys the story of when we used to spar. So yeah, the kids were, they were pretty impressed as well, to be fair. He's a good guy, Naz, go back a long, long way. So the answer is yes, we sparred a lot together.
Good stuff. First impressions of No Man and I've been watching for 3 and a bit minutes.
I was saying, I like him. I like his style. He's very sort of, he's got like a Tommy Hearns type style, very tall, very rangy. Needs to settle down just a little bit. I get it that he sold 250 plus tickets, but don't play up to the crowd. Just take your time. If he takes his time and doesn't look for the knockout, it will come, because I think the kid's got exceptional talent. I really do. I think he could be good, but he's trying just a little too hard at the moment.
How hard is it not to try hard? He's the youngest, I think he's 22. First fight, he's obviously been out the ring for a long time since his last amateur fight.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, listen.
Oh, good right now.
Yes, there you go. He's got through the shots he needs to. This was good stuff. So listen, it is very difficult, when you're, just making a debut, coming over. It's a very difficult thing, but he's hurt Starkey there. That was very good stuff. This kid's got potential, I tell you that.
It's great for Izzy as well, the promoter, for him to put on shows like this and then sign young kids upcoming like this. We've got this kid here, we've got kids at ringside who I mentioned earlier. Iron Adam is another one to watch out for. I think he's his plans to do a show in Birmingham sometime early next year. Keep an eye out for that. I love that check-up. Just walked him onto a nice cheeky little left hook there, Spence.
Yep, nice little left hook and a right hook as well. And he goes down, but I think that will slip more than a knockdown.
This is the key. Is he going to just jump on him because he's showing experience here?
Yeah, he just needs to take his time now
because he'll be lining up a right hand.
Body shot's gone in there. That was a good attack to the body there. That was good thinking from Hussein.
I think it's a good chance we get a stoppage here tonight. We're not adding it tonight, I'll be so far now.
No, very rare you don't get a stoppage through the night actually on a boxing card, but you're right in what we say. We're on fight number 9 now, and we still haven't had a stoppage.
All the fights have been entertaining, haven't they? We've had a big upset. Good body shot.
Yeah, followed by the left hook as well. Just out of range though, again, just trying a little too hard. Hussein, I think when he sees this back, he'll kick himself a little bit. But he is showing glimpses of brilliance. Body shot goes in as well. Starkey doing the right thing by tying him up there.
Oh, he stopped it. Stopped it. What's all that about? His corner's not arguing about it, but strange. But look at the crowd's gone wild.
Wow. Well, where did that come from? Well, that was, let me say, a very premature stoppage. Richard Starkey, who we know, is very tough, very durable. He's not really complaining, but he's not happy either. I mean, that was a strange stoppage. Let's have it right. I don't agree with that at all. Starkey was in no sort of trouble at all. He's a tough guy, and by stopping him, puts him out of the ring for 28 days, and that stops him from earning money. That was a bit out of order, if I'm honest. Hussein, yes, he was in control. Yes, he looked dangerous, and we were seeing glimpses of brilliance, but we was also seeing glimpses of frustration as well. This was all about the learning curve for Hussein against someone that's very tough, very experienced. That stoppage was out of order. I'm gonna put it out there. Hussein was going to win the fight, but the stoppage, that was a liberty.
Ricky has been stopped 10 times in 29 fights. But that was the stoppage was going to come. You could see it was going to come. But
the timing was wrong. Yeah, the timing was wrong. You know, you got to give the kid a chance. You know, I feel a bit sorry for him there because the stoppage was well premature. You know, I'm not all about getting people hurt, by the way. But what I will say is give a kid a chance as well. I mean, he weren't in any trouble there. I mean, the shots that Hassan was throwing, yes, they look dangerous, but a lot of them were missing the target. Yeah, that was not right, that stoppage. The referee was too premature.
Just before we announce the result, can you please put your hands together for both boxers? The contest comes to an end after 2 minutes and 49 seconds of round number 2. Referee Michael Alexander deeming Ricky Starkey in no position to continue. Therefore, your winner on debut from Sheffield, Naman Hussein. To keep up with all the latest news, interviews and show and ticket news, make sure you're following GBM Sports across all social media on Twitter and Instagram, GBM_sports, and Facebook and YouTube. We are GBM Sports.
Can you get? Do you think you can get like Diet Coke or Coke from the cup? I'll talk to you. Yeah, thank you. Let me check it out. You know when you cook, keep it here for me, but yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 bouts left, our co-main events. As we do before our main events, we'd like everyone to get on their feet, get their hands in the air, and sing it loud and sing it proud, Doncaster! Come on, you know the words, Doncaster.
Where it begins, I can't begin to know it. Know that I know it's growing strong. And when it's spring, and spring became summer.
Okay, it's a very loud Doncaster Dome right now. Well, let's go. Okay, it's moving here right now. I don't know if you'll be able to hear me, but Naman Hussain, congratulations on your debut victory here. You brought the whole crowd out. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
I'm buzzing. Really happy. Not really happy with the performance, but the end result, I stopped him, but I wanted it to carry on. You know, I think it was a premature stoppage, but I wanted them to take him out in style, and I feel as though I was breaking him down and getting there. Ref stopped it. Either way, I got the win.
Let's talk about the stoppage. Obviously, the stoppage seemed a little bit early to everyone ringside. What happened in there exactly? Why was the stop? Was there a shot or was it? I heard something about the holding.
Yeah, I think the ref was fed up because he was holding doors, using his head. You know, he headbutted me a few times. It was a bit annoying really, but yeah, I think I was getting to him.
What do you think of your overall performance? You said you weren't happy with it fully. What was it about that you weren't happy about?
50%, man. I've got a lot more left. I've got a lot more to show. It's a shame I couldn't showcase it, but it is what it is.
Let's bring in Izzy. Obviously, a very amazing talent you've got in your hands right here from Sheffield. He put on a great display. He's not fully satisfied with his performance, but tell us how happy you are with him.
I told everybody this guy's a serious class act. I'm not happy with him. This guy's got serious talent. He's out outside. And he's going to see this guy.
What can fans expect of him moving forward?
He's one favourite. He's got skill. He's got high caliber amateur background. And he's going to be inside back Sheffield.
And finally, just your thoughts on the stoppage. It seemed a little bit early. Your thoughts on the stoppage. It seemed a little bit early. What was your thoughts on it?
Listen, I reckon he would have stopped him anyway. And he was watching a way out and that one in. But listen, what a performance, what a crowd, what a now. Over the moon. So proud of this kid.
So loud in here, but no, congratulations on the victory. We'll be seeing you soon. Thank you.
Rustam Van Hoorn. And his opponent, the fighting pride of Conisbrough, Joe Hammer Time Hayden!
I'm Joe Hayden, I'm 22.
Introducing to you firstly in the blue corner, wearing black shorts trimmed with silver, he weighed in at 10 stone, 4 pounds 2 ounces. From 54 professional contests, his record boasts 8 wins, 3 of those wins coming by way of knockout. From Southampton, Rustem Fatkhulin. And his opponent across the ring in the red corner, wearing white and blue shorts, he weighed in at 10 stone, 5 pounds 6 ounces. He brings to the ring a perfect professional record of 3 wins from 3 contests. From Conisbrough, Joe Hammer Time Hayden. Your timekeeper is Peter Humphrey of Doncaster. Your referee will now give both boxers final instructions. He's Howard Foster.
Guys, you know the rules. Keep it clean. Break straight away when told. Both watch your heads in close. Good luck to you both. Touch gloves. Good luck, lads.
This is a welterweight contest scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds.
Seconds out, round 1.
That so you do everything basically back to front. Like with an orthodox, you find the range with a jab, then throw your combinations.
Yeah.
With a southpaw, feint the jab, find the range with the right hand, then throw the combinations.
And Joe Hayden seems to be a very well-schooled fighter, still on the come-up, still learning, of course, and every fight is a learning curve for these young fighters. Flinching and feinting is Hayden, trying to find that opening, trying to find that shot. And he's got a very experienced man, like we said, in Fat Cullen. Fat Cullen's been in there with many, many fighters over his time.
Yeah, but this is it. So Fat Cullen knows his way around the ring. So Hayden's just feeling his way into this one. He knows he can't take any liberties. He's got a very experienced opponent in front of him, so he's doing the right thing, just trying to create some openings, just having a little look, controlling the distance quite well. He's feinting a lot to the body, feinting to the head, and just seeing what reaction he's getting from Fat Cullen to see if he can get any shots off of his own. But Fat Cullen, like you said, is experienced. He's been in with some good fighters, so this is a good test for Joe Hayden at this stage.
Nothing much given in this round. I think Joe is still trying to sort of find his range, find his distance, and slowly work his way down, play through the rounds. Rustem is on his feet though. He's not staying still. He's not standing in front of Joe to let him work out all, is he?
No, he's just moving around. Joe's just trying to create an opening. He's looking for a shot. There, he just fell short again. He's not really committing himself here in the opening round, Joe, although he's controlled that distance and space and he's had Fat Cullen on the back foot. He's not really stamped his authority in that opening round. He won the round, but he didn't stamp his authority. So what I want to see now, these 4-round fights, I'm not that keen on 4-rounders because it's like a sprint, you haven't got enough time to showcase your skills. You haven't got enough time to get into it. So you got to start fast from the off. You've got to create the openings. For me, Joe Hayden won the round, but he took too much time.
Yeah.
He was feinting a lot. He was feinting, but he wasn't really doing anything. He wasn't really building on anything. So now I want to see him, you know, setting some traps, feinting to the body, throwing the right hand over the top, and then coming with threes and fours.
Yep.
Throw punches in bunches. Spurts work.
Dave Allen there in his corner, obviously telling him to use those angles. I think that's the one way of executing
Corners,
it.
10 seconds.
Fighter that is completely opposite to you as well. And we are about to go into round number 2 here at the Doncaster Dome. Joe
Seconds
Hayden.
out. Round 2.
A lot of these fighters have done very well to sell tickets, can we just say as well, because this place has been rocking from the get-go. We've had a packed house from the first fight, from the first bell tonight, and the support has been incredible. So big shout out to everyone that came out here to support the fighters.
Sure. Yeah, it's been a good night's boxing so far. We're not over yet. We've still got one more to go after this contest. Joe Hayden here looking to impress in front of his crowd that he's brought along here, and he's brought some good support tonight as well. So we just need to see Joe now starting to let those shots go. Find the range with the jab, then come back with your shots. Let's go. Put the combinations together.
He has the reach advantage over Fat Cullen as well. We can see that it's a hefty little advantage. He's got a good little 1-2 to the body there. And let's see if he will execute the instructions of his coach Dave Allen in the corner, who told him to step to the side and use those angles. And there we go. Just as I say, he does do that. Can't really get the shots off as it's Fat Cullen who moves away.
Well, Fat Cullen is moving around the perimeter of the ring, and he's using the space well, to be fair. He's keeping himself out of trouble. He's covering up well, and he's not too ambitious, just looking to get through these rounds. But Hayden, as I said, stalking forward, a lot of feinting, trying to work the angle, stepping off the sides, but not a lot of punches. You know, he needs to start letting his arms go now as well. This is a 4-round sprint. You haven't got time. He's boxing at the moment like he's doing a 12-rounder.
Yeah, 4 rounds is not a lot of time to work for these young fighters. As we've seen today as well, quite a few times, some of them trying to chase that stoppage, and it's not the longest of times. But Joe Hayden needs to maybe step on the gas a little bit as pushes his opponent's head down, gets a little warning from the referee there.
Yeah, doing enough to, you know, just nick these rounds, Hayden, but there's not really a lot of weight behind these shots. I can see he's trying to do what Dave's telling him in the corner. He's trying to work those angles. He's trying to come around the side, but
with them angles, is it a matter of when he does step aside? We have to understand that they're opposite. You know, his opponent's orthodox, so as soon as he steps to the side, his opponent's got all that space to sort of move out.
Yeah, but you've got to understand why he's stepping to the side. So he's stepping to the wrong side because he should be. If he wants to do this and work the angles, he should be swiveling his feet round like he wants to switch southpaw, but he doesn't. Swivel the feet round, then throw the hook to the body, hook over the top. What he's doing is he's stepping on the outside, which is allowing all the space for Fat Cullen to go round the other way. So he should be. He's got the right idea, but he's just going the wrong way.
Executing it wrong. That's
he's
exactly
executing it the wrong way.
Because it does seem like every time he's tried that, Fat Cullen almost reads it a mile before and runs off.
Because you got to cut the space, not open the space. And what he's doing by doing that, he's doing the move that you would do against an orthodox. And Fat Cullen's a southpaw, so you have to do it back to front. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, another good round for Hayden. Another round in the bank, but not really constructive. You know, I get what Dave's trying to tell him in the corner, and they're the right instructions. But he's not applying that. He's not understanding it. I think he's going the wrong way. So if we watch Dave in the corner, he's telling him throw the shots underneath, round the side, let them go, move into range, then come round.
Dave Allen very animated in the corner. We've seen Dave in some great fights through his career, and it's nice to see him coaching as well. Another passion that he's found in teaching the next generation of fighters, and obviously directing them in the right path, which he does so fantastically.
Listen, Dave's got a good boxing brain, you know, he's good for the sport. I like the fact that he's a trainer because he can take care of the kids. You know, he knows that he's been to the top, so yeah, he's a good addition to the training world. He really is, and listen to the instructions and tell him the instructions are right, but you just have to execute the instructions right, you know?
Just a correction there, it's Joe Hayden fighting out of the southpaw stance.
Sorry,
Fat Cullen out
Fat
of
Cullen,
the orthodox.
But what I'm saying is he needs to be going the other way.
Opposite way.
Opposite way. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Joe Hayden into the third round. We've seen it's been very quiet, in all honesty, from Hayden. He's got the right ideas. The execution just hasn't been there for him tonight.
Yeah, sure.
But
All he's got to do is step round with his back foot. So with his left foot, step round to your left. So he needs to swing the foot round
Just as
and
he
then
was
let
about to
that
do.
body
Yeah,
shot
there
go
we go.
there.
And he
That's
worked
what
up
he's
there.
doing. What he was doing was going on the outside of foot Cullen, and that was the wrong place to go.
He's got
So
him
now
backed
he
up
needs
there.
to step the back foot round, and he'll close the space. Does it make sense?
Of course. He's gotten a bit.
No, he's gone the wrong way there.
Yeah, he just went the wrong way there, of course. But I'm saying, just a few moments ago on that side, he did do it right, and he did let off the shot to the body.
Yeah,
but then again, he went back to his.
He needs to go to Collins' left here, step round to the left, and he'll close the gap.
Yeah.
That's where
There
he
we
needs
go.
to be. There. That's where he needs to be.
And as he does that, we did see that body shot earlier that did actually finally be executed. And he's starting to put more shots together. It's just a matter of the intensity. And we've seen today, sometimes, you know.
There you go. Now he's got it. Now he's got it. He's understanding it now.
He got caught with a body shot there. I'm just saying, obviously, we did see a fight there that we thought may go the wrong way, but he went the right way to the journeyman. And you have to work to show that you really want to win this.
Absolutely.
Hayden
Absolutely, yeah.
Feinting, coming forward.
That's better work from Hayden now. He needs to just keep stepping over to his left.
Third round out of 4
That's
rounds
good.
here. Good little body shot. Doesn't really land flush. But
Well, he's just starting to find a rhythm now. He's starting to find a little, he's growing in confidence. He's closing that gap, which is better. And Cullen starting to look a little uncomfortable there in the corner.
Good body jab there from Hayden. Few flinches. Nice body jab and then up to the head with the right hand, with the left hand, sorry. Very good experience for Joe Hayden here tonight at the Doncaster Dome against a experienced opponent in Fat Cullen. And he's starting to let those shots go, putting them together here with an uppercut.
Yep,
chasing the down, closing the ring down.
Yeah, he's doing well here, Hayden. He's sort of slipped into a rhythm now. I think he's got it, he's understood it, and he's working it out a lot better now.
Just missed there with a 1-2. It'll be interesting to see how he closes this fight off. Does he just want to go the full 4, or is he going to start putting a bit more onto the gas, seeing as though this round has been a lot better for him compared to the first 2?
Yeah, I think he'll step the gas up again. You know, he's in good shape, he's in great condition. That was a better round from him, Hayden. Best round of the fight so far. I've got him winning all 3 rounds on my scorecard at the moment, but that was the best one. He was starting to create openings. He started going the right way with his feet. He was letting the right hooks go to the body and the right hooks go to the head. He was getting through some good left crosses as well. That was much better stuff there from Joe Hayden.
Ringside we have Junior Witter, the former WBC world champion.
Yeah, I was having an interesting conversation actually with Junior Witter just about half an hour ago about the fight that we never got with Ricky Hatton, the fight that was so
Corners,
close.
10 seconds.
And he said Ricky never wanted none of that smoke.
I think
he never wanted that smoke.
That conversation will forever go on. But I'm glad we didn't have the same thing.
Final round.
We didn't have the same thing with Khan and Kel. We had that conversation wrapped and done. But Junior Witter versus Ricky Hatton would have been one of the fights that would have been remembered in British boxing history. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. But they both had great careers.
Absolutely. Listen, it's one of those fights that, you know, it's going to be one of those that everyone's going to have an opinion what could have been. But like you say, they both had brilliant careers.
I mean, we're seeing ex-fighters get in the ring, so who knows? Maybe an influencer even.
I asked him about that actually. I said to him, would you and Ricky Hatton ever happen? Any point? He said, not even in an exhibition. He wouldn't want it. So there you go.
Joe Hayden back in here at the Doncaster Dome. He seems like he stepped up a little bit on the gas, but those shots need to stop being put together. 4th and final round for him. Hayden in the blue.
Yeah, boxing well now, Hayden. He's slipped into a rhythm. I like his style actually. He's very tall, very rangy, got good shot selection. But he was trying things out maybe in the first couple of rounds, and that's good to see as well because he's at that stage of his career, development stage. Ah, that's good shot.
Beautiful body shot with the right hand, and he followed it back up to the head. Good work from Joe Hayden, and Dave Allen is extremely impressed with that in the corner. Yeah. Words of encouragement coming flying through.
Yeah, good work.
I've seen a little Dave Allen-esque there, a little spin and a tap to the face. Seen that one before.
Little naughty move, one of Dave's little naughty moves. He's showing him the little tricks as he's teaching him in there as well. Lovely little uppercut on the inside there as well from Hayden. That little left uppercut was good work.
Referee breaks the two fighters off. Fourth and final round here in our co-main event. Joe Hayden against Fat Cullen. Good work there from Joe Hayden. Spins his opponent back onto the ropes, gets him with a nice little backhand, and there again, steps to the wrong side, as Spencer would say, but he does get the shot off.
Yeah, but you know what? It's been a good performance this now by Hayden. Last couple of rounds, he's really slipped into a rhythm. He's another fighter, and I keep talking about it tonight, that 4 rounds just really doesn't suit his style, you know. He just feel that over the longer distances, 6s, 8s, 10s, he would get more stoppages. He would slowly work his opponents out and break them down, you know. 4 rounds is just not long enough. You know, he's just getting into a rhythm now.
Yeah, and he's just enjoying this last round, walking around the ring, enjoying the chants of the fans. He knows he's got this one in the bag, and he's cruising his way to a victory.
Yeah, good body shot again there from Hayden. Finishing this fight well. 10 seconds left, just gone. Another round in the bag for Joe Hayden. Whitewash on my scorecard. 4 rounds to 0, 40-36. Good performance. Started off the first couple of rounds just trying to work things out. Last couple of rounds, found the rhythm, started putting the shots together. The things that Dave was telling him to do in the corner, he started executing. Overall, I thought that was a good performance. Rustin Cullen was a game opponent as well.
Yes, Rustin Fat Cullen, we've seen him before in these shows, very game opponent. But Joe Hayden seems to have secured another comprehensive victory here at the Doncaster Dome. Let's head over into the ring for the final decision. Then we'll be back ringside with Joe Hayden himself.
Just before we announce the result, could you please put your hands together for both boxers? After 4 rounds of action, we go to referee Howard Foster's scorecard. He scores the contest 40 points to 36 in favour of your winner from Conisbrough, Joe Hammer Time Hayden! Okay, we have one more bout to come, ladies and gents. It's an 8 3-minute round super lightweight contest between Mark Butler and Josh Paddy Padley. That will be starting in just 1 moment's time.
I'm joined with the winner, Joe Hayden. Joe, 4th fight, 4th victory. How are you feeling?
I feel good, mate. I'm feeling very good. I felt like this fight's come at a perfect time for me, obviously. Only having my professional debut in July just gone, and I've boxed every month since then. So it's only my 4th fight in 4 months, but I feel like every fight I've always got better, and I've always been straight back in the gym the Monday after. always working on things from previous fights, and I just feel like everything's starting to come together a lot more now, and no, I'm happy with that, yeah.
Rustam Fakulin, your opponent here tonight, very experienced boxer, he's been around for a while. Did you take anything different here, any new lessons?
No, definitely. These are the sort of people that I want to be with at the minute, because these are people that I'm going to learn from. I'm not going to learn anything from just jumping in the ring with someone where I'm going to blow away and around, and I'm not going to learn anything from that. All it's going to do is make me look like I can. It's going to rush me in my career, where I need to be patient. I don't have many fights. I'm not very experienced, and I need that experience. So doing stuff like that's going to move me too fast, and I don't need that.
Let's bring in Coach Dave Allen. Coach, were you happy with the performance? Anything that you want to give?
Well, that's only his 8th ever contest, amateur or pro. His first amateur fight. He had an amateur fight at another club. Came to me 13 months. 13 months ago he had his first amateur fight. So in 13 months and 8 fights, he's gone in there and, and he controlled the opponent. I don't want fireworks. I'm only learning. He's boxing every month. He'll box every month now for the first 18 months as a pro. And then we'll have a look. For 8 fights and 13 months, I think he's exceptional. So, with experience, a bit more physical, a bit more maturity, I think the sky's the limit with him. We'll win a British title with him, and that's where we're aiming for. Graphs every day. He works so hard every day. I'm over the moon with him.
Finally, just want to ask you, when a fighter just turned professional after such, minimum amateur experience, what do you sort of have to integrate within them to sort of help them in their pro career? Because you've been around in the pro game for a while as well.
Well, he turned pro because couldn't get him any amateur fights. Couldn't get him a fight, so turned pro, and he's always trained like a pro with me. So he sparred Dalton Smith and Jack Cattrall. That's what you got to do, and he'll get.
And now we come to our second co-main event, our final bout of the evening, a super lightweight contest. And his opponent, the fighting pride of Doncaster, Josh Paddy Padley.
I'm Josh Padley, armed up Doncaster, campaigning at lightweight, 8-0. Got into boxing at 14, just pure for the love of fighting. Never thought I could make a career of it, and here I am in the pro ranks, 8-0, going into number 9. Appreciate all the support in here, and let's expect fireworks tonight.
This is the final bout of the evening. Our co-main event, Izzy Asif for GBM Sports, sponsored by Eastwood Autos, Indus Restaurant Conisborough, CTP and EMA Developments, proudly presents an 8 3-minute round special feature in the super lightweight division. This bout's officially sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your steward in charge is Robin Smith of Harrogate. Your timekeeper at the bell is Chris Hancock from Doncaster. Your referee is Michael Alexander, also of Doncaster. This is the final bout of the evening. People of Doncaster, ready to go, toe to toe. We begin in the blue corner wearing white shorts trimmed with red. He weighed in at 9 stone, 8 pounds, 4 ounces. His professional record boasts 2 wins from 5 contests. One of those wins coming by way of knockout. From Brighton, Mark the Bullhammer Butler. And his opponents across the ring in the red corner, wearing orange shorts trimmed with black. He weighed in at 9 stone, 11 pounds. He brings to the ring a perfect professional record of 8 wins from 8 contests. From Doncaster, Josh Paddy Padley. Referee Michael Alexander will now give both boxers their final instructions.
Right, lads, you both know the rules, so let's just have a good, clean fight, okay? Most important to defend yourselves at all times. Touch gloves.
This is a super lightweight bout scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds. Round 1.
To get the victory, but he does have Mark Butler in front of him, who looks very, very game too.
Yep, good crowd with Padley here tonight. Looking forward to seeing him put on a good performance, got good boxing skills.
Good job there again from Padley. This one's a bit different compared to our fight. It's an 8-rounder, 8 3 minutes. Longest fight I think we've had tonight. We've had a few 4-rounders, few 6-rounders.
Yep.
This is the first 8-rounder. So fighters do tend to maybe approach it a little bit different, conserve their energy to use it along the later rounds.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, that's what I've been talking about all night. You know, them 4-rounders are difficult to get into because once 1 round's gone, you really got to start picking up some momentum, especially if you lose a round. With these 8-rounders, you know, if you lose a couple of rounds, you've got time to get it back. So the pace is genuinely a little slower. You've got time to feel your way into the contest, where the 4-rounders you haven't.
Both colliding jabs there. Very technical matchup. It seems a good matchup.
Yep, it does. I mean, they're both guys just feeling each other out at the moment. Good head movement there from Josh Padley, just slipping out of the way. Mark Butler, whose record's not as impressive as Padley's, but he knows his way around the ring as well.
Good job from Padley, and his head movement has been very good so far. It seems untouchable to hit. Look at that. That's brilliant head movement from Josh Padley.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. Padley showing why he's still unbeaten after 8 contests, slipping very well. Difficult to pin down, works well behind the jab as well.
That's undefeated Josh Padley, 8-0, coming up against the 2-3 Mark Butler. Great body shot there from Padley, very good little shot. Tried to follow up and a nice uppercut as well. That rocks it head back. His shots are very sweet and sharp right now. Some very good head movement here from Padley, very impressive.
Yep, slipping into a rhythm already in this opening round. Padley moving very well, slipping, good left hook, slammed in the body shot there as well.
Good left hook, leaping left hook from Padley.
Growing in confidence here, he just seems to be going through the gears even in this first round. I was talking about when they, you know, just feel their way into these contests over the further distance. Padley starting to go through the gears, so he's oozing confidence here. He's feeling like he's in control. He's been very difficult to pin down here in this opening round, but also been very creative in his punch selection as well.
Great first round here for Josh Padley as he impresses his crowd that he's brought into the Doncaster Dome, and it's a Josh Padley round, I would say.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. You know, Padley worked really well from the opening bell. He just took his time. He was slipping and sliding out the way of the shots. Butler was really throwing punches but hitting thin air. And then as the round started progressing, Padley started landing some good shots. Left hooks over the top, left hooks to the body, then started putting combinations together. Butler was trying to force the pace. He was trying to go with him, throwing the combinations, but he was falling short. He was hitting thin air. Josh Padley was showing great boxing IQ in there, great ring craft in there as well. Dominant first round there from Josh Padley.
And he has 7 more rounds to potentially get a stoppage victory.
Seconds
here.
out, round 2.
But I'm pretty sure he'll be happy to be showing off the skill set that he's already been displaying here tonight, using his defense as offense as well, landing shots off slips and rolls. Very impressive. Nice backhand there again from Josh Padley.
Yeah, he's boxing well here.
So unfortunate for Butler, as he can't seem to find the rhythm or really find the shots because Padley's not there to be hit.
Well, you know what, it's all about levels. No disrespect to Butler, who's had 5 contests, won 2, lost 3. Josh Padley's 8-0. So, you know, you're looking at that, you go, well, there's got to be one firm favourite before you've even seen any of them box. And Padley's showing why he's 8-0. You know, he's great, moving really well, he's throwing the shots really well. Butler's tough, his game. You know, he comes forward and he gives it a go. But you can see that extra quality with Padley. You know, the way he's picking those shots. You know, shot selection's brilliant.
Second out of the 8 rounds that we have for this contest. Again, good work from Padley as Butler tries to find those straight shots down the pipe. Unfortunate for him because it doesn't seem like any of them are landing at this moment in time.
Well, Padley's crowd that has stayed behind to watch this contest are really making a noise there, and he's brought a good crowd with him as well.
Yep,
and they're appreciating what he's doing in there. Good work there from Butler though. Rare bit of success there with the right hand, just forced the head back of Padley, but no damage caused. Good body shot come back there from Padley. It just looks to get back in control.
A very long night of boxing here in Doncaster, brought to you by GBM Sports and Boxing King Media. And this is the top of the bill between Josh Padley and Mark Butler. Seems like we've got a good fight in our hands, at least to see the skills of Padley.
Yeah, Padley's now starting to sit down on those shots, starting to push forward. He's going to look to try and break through the defences of Mark Butler. Butler's one of those guys that's very tough, and he'll stay there and he'll believe he can win. Although he's not hitting the target at the moment, he's trying to force the pace a little bit Butler, but it's all about levels in there at the moment, and Josh Padley just seems to be a level above. Good body shot went in there for Padley as well. You felt the weight of that one going, didn't you?
Sinked that body shot right into Butler's left side. And he's almost dodging these punches at ease. End of round 2 here in Doncaster.
Yep, another good round there for Josh Padley, in complete control, working everything off the jab, slipping and sliding, showing that he's very elusive. But like you said earlier in the round, and you picked up on something that was very, very good, that he turns his offense, his offense into defense, defense into offense. He combines the two together. A lot of fighters, what they do, they'll either be throwing punches, offense, or they'll be defending. But what Josh Padley does is he combines them together, and that creates openings. When you hear me talking, when I'm saying in commentary, they need to be a little bit more creative. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Offense off defense, defense off offense.
10 seconds, corners.
We're going into the third round, and be sure to subscribe to Boxing King Media if you haven't already.
Seconds out,
Press that big shiny
round
red
3.
button, as we have plenty of boxing content coming from around the world. Not only live streams of amateur and professional shows, but interviews from the boxing world that is ever dramatic. But round 3, can we get some drama here in Doncaster between Butler and Padley?
Well, Padley started this round quite sharp, snapping out the jab, holding the centre of the ring. He wants to start to look to break Butler down now. He's felt a couple of rounds. He's had a couple of rounds out there. He's felt what Butler can deliver now. Can he build on that? You know, he's had a couple of good rounds here, Padley. Let's see if he can build on it.
Good, solid jab there from Padley. And he drops him with a beautiful right hook.
5, 6.
And Butler almost shakes his head to say, I shouldn't have gone down from that.
Well, I think he was on his way down off a slip, and then obviously got hit with that right hand as well. So the referee had no choice but to count. I don't think he was hurt, Mark Butler. He seemed totally in control of his senses. So
yeah, he got up straight away.
That was different. No, that was a big right hand. That one did hurt him. That one did hit the target now, but Padley is starting to go through these gears here
and
now.
Padley seems to have stepped up the pace here as he lands 3-4 shots on the dome of Butler. And Butler doesn't seem to have an answer for any of these shots at the moment. Seems hurt from the shot that did catch him, and hands down from Padley. He's flaring in confidence right now. Could this be the beginning of the end to this fight?
Well, he's just going through those gears now, and the big question mark is, can Butler go with him? You know, he's a tough kid, Butler. I've seen him before, and he is a tough kid, but this is about levels, and Padley at the moment is just showing his class, oozing class in there at the moment. Shot selection's very good, switching the attacks to the body as well. And Butler looks a little out of his depth in there at the moment.
He does. He looks a little bit confused in there with Padley in front of him. And that knockdown, even though it might have not been the cleanest of knockdowns, won't do any great to his confidence, as he's already got a big task in front of him. Although he's still throwing punches back, it's just a matter of he can't seem to put the hands on the button really. And Padley just comes back with 3-4 shots, finishing it off with a strong jab, and that is a solid right hand.
And a left hook again there, and he's shipping a bit of punishment here, Butler. He's starting to look less and less confident, less coming back from him. The jab jars the head back of Butler as well there, and Butler now.
Brilliant head movement again from Padley. He's in his rhythm, he's in his flow state right now. It's fantastic to watch. End of round number 3, we are almost halfway through.
Yeah, round number 3 and a 10-8 round to Josh Padley. Because of that knockdown early in the round, Butler was a little bit of a slip and half a knockdown, but he had to score it because the punch did connect on the way down. He wasn't hurt, Butler, but Padley controlled that round. He dominated that round. He started breaking through, and Butler started to look like he started feeling sorry for himself midway through the round there. It's going to be a tough night here for Mark Butler. He's going to have to bite down on his gum shield if he wants to see that final bell. Another good round by the elusive Josh Padley.
If you are joining us late here tonight for this fight between Josh Padley and Mark Butler, be sure to rewind and watch some of our other fights that happened tonight. We saw loads of good prospects, loads of good rounds of boxing. So make sure to catch up on that if you have not already. Into round number 4 we go at the halfway mark for this fight between Josh Padley and Mark Butler. And it's been all Padley, hasn't it?
Yeah, Padley's dominated this one so far. He's took control of it. He's worked well, everything behind the jab, showed great punch selection, and yeah, worked the body well as well. Yeah, it's all been Padley up to this point.
Good jab again from Padley. Each one that lands brings out more confusion on the face of Butler. Padley seems to be one to be watched.
Yep.
Seen a few of those tonight, haven't we?
Absolutely, you know, this is what it's about. This is grassroots. You know, that's why I like coming to these shows. You see these kids that are coming through that don't get the TV exposure. This is a tough route to come through, you know, because you're in tough fights. You know, forget that Mark Butler's had 5 fights, 1, 2, lost 3. The kid's tough. He's much better than that because, you know, he's had to go in these 50-50 fights. You know, he's not had that opportunity where, you know, they can develop him and put him in with lesser opponents and try and build him slowly. These kids go in tough, so I've got a lot of respect for these guys. And as we've seen through all of this show, you know, there have been some real entertaining fights, close fights, entertaining fights.
For sure, and that is what grassroots boxing is all about, being brought to you here on Boxing King Media. Padley seems to have maybe come off the gas just a tad little bit, feeling out the rounds. An 8-round contest is something that you might want to get under your belt, seeing as if you're going into the championship rounds and championship fight later in your career.
Oh, listen, getting an 8-rounder under your belt, it puts you in good stead for when you do step up, you know.
Grant Smith also supporting the corner of Padley. A very good coach, as we know, has some great fighters in his stable. Twisting and turning as Padley using those angles. Not as active as the first 3 rounds, but he's definitely feeling him.
Yep, he's just that's nice. He's just looking to, you know, he's just looking for that shot selection. He's looking to pick his punches. He knows there's a long way to go, so he hasn't got to rush it, you know. He can just take his time and look for the openings, and you feel when you're in there, right, when you're doing these longer rounds, you know when your opponent starts to weaken, because you sit on them every now and then, you throw a few shots and you think, oh, he's going. You jump and pick him up, but other times you get in there and you throw a few shots, you think he ain't ready yet, he's not quite ready yet, and I think that's what he's going through in there at the moment, Padley. He's like working it out, because you've got to respect these guys like Mark Butler, because if they can get the victory, they'll take it.
Yeah.
You know, and if they can land the shot, they'll take it. So you have to show them respect. But at the same time, people like Josh Padley, they need to try and get rid of these guys. You know, because it looks impressive on their record. So you have to sit on them every now and see if they're ready, then go on the back foot. So it's all about timing as well, you know.
For sure, and that was the end of round number 4, going into the 5th round of this 8-round contest. We have
10 seconds, corners.
Young Junaid Boston ringside as well. We'll be watching his career very closely. Sheffield's own
Seconds
Junaid
out.
Boston.
Round 5.
Yep, good turnout here this evening. Actually, a lot of ex-fighters that come. That's what I love about that. You know, even when we do shows down in London at the York Hall, you always get the ex-fighters there. They love coming to these sort of shows because you always get entertainment, and it's good to see the kids that are coming through. You know, the ones that haven't had that exposure, the ones that haven't boxed in Team GB. You know, that have just come and they have come through, and some of them do develop into world champions. So it's nice to say that you've seen them at this early stage.
I think that's the beauty of the sport of boxing. It's a bit different than other sports. You know, even at the grassroots level of the professional game, you'll still have the big names turning out here and there to show their support, and it's also great for them to take aware of the young fighters coming up.
Absolutely. Listen, it doesn't matter that you're an Olympian and you've boxed in the Olympics, even if you've won a medal. Like amateur boxing, professional boxing is different, and because of that, you see some of these kids that have won nothing as amateurs, and they turn them sort of fighters over, and that's the beauty of our sport.
Yeah.
You never quite know, you know. Some fighters are better as pros than they are as amateurs, and vice versa.
And here we go, Josh Padley going through his gears again. Some heavy body shots.
Yeah, the body shots are starting to get through to Butler now. Butler's definitely felt the weight of those shots. You see him just take a big gulp of air, and Padley's just focusing on that midriff area now.
He's going and sinking those body shots, and it's really seeming to catch up.
Yeah,
on
he's
Butler.
getting him now. Butler's
the mouth's open. He seems very tired in there. And he still seems to throw a few shots back.
Yeah, but you can see that the body shots are definitely taking their toll now. It's taken the speed out of Butler's punches even, and he's starting to feel sorry for himself in there. I think he's Shots are starting to break him down.
Butler still manoeuvring around the ring, trying to almost survive in there now. His legs seem to be giving up on him a little bit. The tiredness is kicking in.
There's a body shot again. This is where Padley now needs to put his foot on the gas.
Yeah,
there you go.
As he is doing that, he just gets into a clinch.
He needs to put the shots together now. Don't be looking for those single shots, threes and fours, whipping the body shots in, then switch the shots over the top. At the moment, you see where he's throwing them single shots. That's inexperience, that is. You know, he needs to get close, and when he gets there, if he puts a combination together, that's when it'll break his opponent. Like now, his opponent's there, he's sitting in front of him, and put the shots together. Don't look for that single shot, because the single shot never comes.
Five rounds into this contest, out of 8, all Josh Padley, sorry.
Yeah, Padley's dominating this one with the 10-8 in the third round as well for that knockdown. Body shot gone in there again. It just forced Butler to hold that bell. Couldn't have come soon enough there for Butler.
Kudos to Butler's conditioning, because he's been taking some real punishment to the body, and somehow, even though it's visible that he's hurt, he's been standing up to them and still throwing some punches off his own back, and that's a testament to his conditioning.
Yeah, I agree. It really is. You know, that's, you know, like I said to you, you know, that when you come to these shows, these kids are tough, man. You know, they're tough. You know, they're fighting for something. You know, they come here to win. Butler's no different. You know, forget that he's had 5-1-2, lost 3. The kid's come to win, and he's hanging in there. You know, he's showing that grit, that determination. This game is all about entertainment, and these guys are giving us it.
Ten seconds, corners.
Off we go to the 6th round.
Seconds out, round 6.
Out of a scheduled 8 between Mark Butler and Josh Padley.
Yeah, been an entertaining contest, this one. Padley has won everything on our scorecard up to now. He's dominated the rounds, really, but you've got to take your hat off to Butler, who's hung in there. To his credit, he's been taking some heavy punishment. Padley's switched the attacks to the body in the last couple of rounds, and Butler's really been feeling the weight of that, but still somehow he's hanging in there.
Good
and
shot
again,
there from Padley as he comes forward, lands a hook of his own, and like you said, he needs to be putting those punches together. The 2s, 3s, 4s need to start coming in, as he's got his opponent definitely hurt from the body shots. Backs him onto the ropes. Butler moving forward still. Butler attempting a body shot of his own. I think that was maybe potentially the first one we've seen tonight. Doesn't come off as he wanted it to be.
Yep, he's very much in survival mode at the moment. Butler, he's moving on that back foot, and he's just looking to get through these rounds. There's little, if anything, coming back from him now. Good work again there from Padley, but that's why we need to see him go through the gears again. This is, you know, this is the, there you go, good right hand, then the body shot. Now pick it up again. Where's the combinations?
There you go.
Where's the 3s and 4s? Because that's what you're going to need to stop someone like Butler, because he'll soak these single shots up.
And you're right to say it is definitely an inexperience in the ring to sort of state that.
Absolutely. You know, I've seen it so many times before. This is why I keep talking about, like, the learning curve and the development of fighters, and this is what we're seeing here. See, he threw a 1-2.
A great
he could have come back there. If he come back with another 3 shots, that would have had a big effect.
Most definitely, we saw Butler there once again straddle back as he took a shot from Padley.
He's feeling the weight, isn't he?
Definitely feeling the pressure, feeling the weight, feeling the rhythm that Padley's moving at.
But he's surviving with it, he's coping with it, you know. But you can see that the shots are hurting him, like them body shots. Then the right hand's over the top, you can see that he thinks, if I get hit with another 3 or 4 here, I'm going to go. You know, it's one of those. Look, you see him dipping, like, but Padley's just not applying enough pressure. But that's taking nothing away from Butler, who's one tough cookie.
Most definitely, Butler showing his toughness there in the ring. He took a lot of punishment tonight, but he's still standing strong. Only the one knockdown, which you could say was a bit suspicious, but he takes a big shot there from Padley. And this is where Spencer wants more action. Padley stepping forward with a body shot as well, not much coming off of it. And that's another great 1-2. He's really hurting there now. Referee maybe taking a a good look, but throwing back, showing signs that he still wants to fight on.
Well, this is the thing. What
a shot from Padley that gets through. Couldn't just see exactly what shot it was. Saved by the bell there.
7.
Yeah, ref's going to take a look, and I think they've called this one off. The corner stops the fight, and Josh Padley with a very impressive victory there. What a performance from Padley.
Yep, just as we said, that's what he needs now. That's the only thing missing from this performance. You know, just the finish. And just as we say that, spectacular, lands the shot. Referee done the right thing there, by the way, in stopping the fight, because Butler could have continued. Yeah, of course he could have. But look at the scorecards.
I think the corner did step in there. Butler was turning around to sit down, and the corner did step up and say, let's call this one off.
Yeah, no, it's very, very impressive. Yeah, no, good finish there. And I'm pleased to see that Mark Butler is okay. He put up a great performance for those 6 rounds, but he was always out of his depth against the better quality of Josh Padley,
and respect
who goes
between the
to
two
9-0 now, and yet great to see that both guys show a lot of respect. And yep, Padley's going to be moving himself into title position sometime in the next 6 to 12 months. It's going to be an interesting little journey he's going to go on.
Yeah, that's definitely another name to remember. But let's head into the ring for the final decision.
Just before we announce the result, can you please show your appreciation for both boxers? The contest came to an end at the end of round 6. Referee Michael Alexander deeming Mark Butler in no position to continue. Therefore, your winner by TKO, Doncaster's Josh Padley. On behalf of everyone at GBM Sports, we thank you for your support this evening. Make sure you're following GBM Sports on Twitter and Instagram, GBM_sports, and GBM Sports on Facebook and YouTube to see all the action from tonight and find out about our next show. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Have a safe journey home.
We had a dead mic, guys. Don't worry, we've got That's great. We've got a mic now, don't worry about it. I'm joined by promoter Izzy Asif. What a night of boxing. We've just seen a final, their stoppage. Talk us through the night and which one was your favourite fight?
What an unbelievable night. Unbelievable night of boxing. Everything went absolutely perfect. Absolutely buzzing. Some cracking fights. I said there were some 50-50 fights. You see the weight corner win tonight. Josh Padley got a knockout. But for me, the standout performance was Naman Hussain and Joe Jenkins. Really showed their class. Naman Hussain made a statement because Ricky Stark don't get stopped easily, and he really put the pressure on him. But overall, I'm absolutely chuffed with the turnout, chuffed with the performance, and just grateful to be in this position where, I feel like we're going to go something big coming here. I really do.
Spencer, obviously, like we mentioned before, small hall shows are buzzing right now, and we've seen a fantastic night with a packed crowd.
I was just talking about it with Izzy. I said, listen, he said to me, what do you think? Listen, we cover stadium fights, arenas, O2s, AO Arena in Manchester. This is what gets me going. I love the grassroots stuff. There was great contests on there. The girls were brilliant. We had prospects on there. Kids that are going to go on to that level. But this is where they all start. And so I really enjoy these contests. I think it's it was a great spectacle. The crowd was brilliant. Atmosphere was excellent. But they entertained in there, 'cause every one of these kids, when they're at this level, want to steal the show. So they all give it their all. And that's why you get these 50-50 fights. Even the kids that go in that have had 5, 1, 2, lost 3, against a kid that's 8-0. And you think, well, that's a 1-horse race, surely. And it never turns out that way, because they see that as their world title fight. Opportunity knocks with these ones, that they see that as, wow, what a setup. I mean, look at this show that he's put on. These now classed as small hall shows, and you look at it, and this is
not the dingers that we used to have back in the day, where the small halls.
There's a word that I'd like to use, but I can't use on air. But these not very nice places. This is a great venue, and he's put it together well. Screens, entrances, fireworks. Come on, man, that's entertainment.
Is he happy with that?
Appreciate the words. Yeah, I'm absolutely, humbled. You don't really feel real at times, but listen, we put a good production on, good show on. Now we're just building the champions, because all our kids are 7-0, 8-0. We're building them, and a few years' time we'll have champions. And I believe, with conviction, GBM Sports is probably one of the up-and-coming promotion companies in the country, and we're going to aim big. And like you're talking about stadiums, if I didn't believe we could fill stadiums, I won't be standing here wasting my time, because I've got a lot of other things I can do in life. This is a passion. And when you've got a passion, money don't really come into it. It's something that I really want to achieve. And we're going to go all the way, and I'm just privileged for these nights, and we're going again, and 2023 is going to be a really busy year and a big year for GBM Sports.
And finally, obviously, the last time out we were in Rotherham, this time in Doncaster. Where is the next show and when?
See, I want to spread GBM all over the country. I want to go to London, I want to Manchester, I want to go to Birmingham, I want to go to Newcastle. I want this brand to grow, and the only way I'm going to grow it the way I want is by spreading it all over the country and letting people know what GBM Sports is about. You ask anybody in Doncaster, they haven't seen a show like this in Doncaster for many, many years. When we go to Manchester, we'll do the same. We can replicate this anywhere in the country. And I say it again, we're gonna go all out, and until we achieve what we are done, get to where we are, we won't stop. And I'm just enjoying the journey and grateful for the support and that everybody's giving me.
And that is a wrap to tonight's show. What a fight we had throughout the night. We've done many different fights. We've seen the women fight, we've seen young prospects, we've seen 50-50 fights. Last week we saw an amateur show as well. It's all happening here on Boxing King Media. So if you haven't clicked that red button and subscribed, make sure to do so, because we've got plenty of content coming from all around the world of boxing.